Okay, this actually took me by surprise. Welcome, everybody, to the final day of Southeast Asian qualifiers, where we have stepped up the facial hair capabilities, maybe dropped down in the motion capabilities, but it's okay. I think this is a compromise that everyone is okay with. Oh, what a shame! What a shame! You looked good though. You look even better in this. Wait, what are you wearing right now, John? What is that shirt?
It's called a barong. It's like our national outfit in the Philippines. We wear it for special occasions, and today is a special occasion. Lower bracket finals into the grand finals. Of course, we've got the Filipino boys, TNC, up against Boom. I'm repping TNC boys by wearing this, but I'm actually cheering for Boom, so I think chat's going to be really upset at me for that.
It's okay. Everyone's got someone to campaign for. You got your Indonesian squad of Boom. You've got the Filipino squad of TNC, and then in FNATIC it's multicultural. You got Malaysians, you got Filipinos, you've got Singaporeans, you've got Thai players. It's a little bit of everything. And last but not least, of course, Mike, it's a question that you asked, but I feel it's not reciprocated enough. How are you doing today, Mike?
Thank you for that, Tsunami. You make me feel very special as we've got into this panel. I feel fantastic, sir. Though I must say, I was perusing Reddit yesterday. Couldn't help but notice there was our lovely faces in Reddit and some very negative comments towards me, Tsunami. I was very, very upset. On the bright side, though, I've been told that I have the better hair. So there you go. I've just jumped out of the shower. I've made sure it's wet. I can flick it over if I need to. And I feel like we're equals now, Tsunami. I don't feel so intimidated by you anymore on this panel. So
No, good.
You can't bully me anymore.
You never should have. This is a team effort, and these are team games, and this is the last 3 teams remaining in the Southeast Asian qualifiers. We can take a look at the bracket. We can see where we are after 4 days of brutal eliminations, heartbreaks, excitement, and this is where we are now. Last night, we resolved TNC versus FNATIC in the upper bracket final, BO3. FNATIC 2-0'd TNC. And of course it was long, 58 minutes and then 70 minutes. It couldn't have been any other way. And then lastly, Execration versus Boom. The rematch, yet again, going in favor of Boom. As you can see on the top left, they already took them down once, Boom versus Execration 2-1. And then all the way on the bottom right, yet again, Boom taking it over Execration again. But it wasn't as long, 44 minutes and 35 minutes, and now we are here with TNC versus Boom as the lower bracket final, and the winner gets to face off against FNATIC in a BO5.
Yeah, we've seen this story in Southeast Asia a lot. FNATIC waiting in the grand finals of TI qualifiers, TNC usually ending up in that slot as well. Then it's just a clash of the Southeast Asian giants. But for Boom's part, I was looking through their history. We've watched Boom for a long time. I never realized this is their first time going this far in TI quals. What tended to happen was in the old format, group stage would play out and they'd be eliminated in the bottom half. So this is the furthest they've gone. This is the closest they've been to that TI dream, and I can't help but cheer for them. You know, it's like they've been together for so long, for the most part. They've grown together as a team. They've had a lot of improvements throughout the entire year and more. And I just can't help but cheer them on.
It's always the bridesmaid, never the bride type situation, because they always get second place in these smaller scale tournaments. But for sure, this is definitely the highest stakes tournament that they've ever been able to advance this far. And like you mentioned, the growth has been admirable, because I was watching them in Season 1 and Season 2 of the DPC in Southeast Asia, and they were, solid middle-of-the-pack team, but never one that I would have contended as making a deep run. Even for most people who were probably coming up with their predictions on who they thought would progress the furthest, I would be surprised if anyone had Boom as grand finalists, let alone even making it all the way to the quals. But they're here and they're doing Indonesia proud, and let's see what they're capable of versus TNC. And I wanna get first, Mike. Give me your full prediction for the day. I want to hear your series prediction for TNC versus Boom. And then I want to hear your prediction of the winner of that versus FNATIC.
My heart wants it to be Boom, right? They've gone through so much. I think TNC with Coach Mushi joining in, they're looking so clean. I think TNC, at the very least, is probably going to end up in a 2-1. And then in the grand finals, if you want the prediction on that, I think FNATIC's looking way too good. Okay. I think the roster changes have been fantastic. death, the storyline coming from the Singapore Major to having no team to now potentially qualifying for TI10. You gotta love it, and I think Fnatic might have it in the grand finals.
John, how about you? What's your read?
I mean, I want to cheer for Boom. I think realistically, TNC might have the edge. The last time these teams played against each other in that upper bracket as well, it did go 2-1. It was grueling. We had like a 66-minute game, a 45-minute game, a 75-minute game. So it went all the way. But I think TNC's got that discipline. I think we kind of saw it from Boom. Sometimes they can be a bit hasty towards that late game, and they can be a bit more emotional. Like last night, when Dreamosel was winning, he ran as the Bristleback all the way to the tier 4s just to plant a flag and that pizza party sticker. You know, they're a very emotional team, and when it's going well, it can be really nice. When it's going rough, that could work against them as well.
And he alluded to that in his interview, right? He was like, our biggest issue is that we're just, well, he phrased it a little bit more casually or candidly, but it was effectively like, they kind of struggle with consistency at times, and so maybe it's that emotion, it's the highs as much as the lows that power them up. So that was your lower bracket prediction, but what's your grand final prediction?
Ooh, it's a bit tough. Let's say TNC makes it through. Fnatic look really clean against them. I think TNC, they're going to have to play back-to-back series, so that could work against them. I think as a team, though, we've seen TNC kind of slog through double series before, and they tend to kind of work it out well. I'm keen to see whether or not they can use this series first, if they do make it, to kind of fix up themselves for that Fnatic fight. I think it's going to be a close one. In that best of 5, I wouldn't be surprised if it actually did go 5 games, but I'd lean slightly towards Fnatic there. I think with DJ and Jabs, that experience they have under supports is just much stronger, and Chuan and Det has been really, really darn good in their roles as well.
Me, I want my shards. I'm saying 2-0 TNC and then 3-0 TNC. I gotta get those 1,000 shards. That's right. I mean, like, I can't win 3 games a week. How am I supposed to get all these sets for Dota Plus? Yeah, I would be surprised if we don't get full series in lower bracket and grand finals, but I am backing TNC. I had them at the very beginning of this entire thing, and I had them even during Season 2. I thought that, for the most part, they were going to take where they would be where T1 is right now, which is first place, and then solid performance at the Animajor, and then maybe win a tournament after that. But T1 seems to have claimed the crown for Southeast Asia, and now we're just looking to see who's going to be their prince in the International 10. And still, it breaks my heart that only one of these teams, everyone, there's so many eyes. I know, John, you have been very, very excited with how much attention Southeast Asia is finally getting, because it's been kind of the redheaded stepchild of Dota competitive for a long time. You know, like, South America and North America are used to that treatment, but Southeast Asia has had these moments of greatness, and they've kind of faded away in maybe the last 2 or 3 years, but you can kind of feel it coming back a little bit, right, John?
Yeah, definitely. Like, it's been so tight. I think a lot of talk's been there about how the DPC kind of doesn't favor a region like C because of how close every team is. Like, all of us had different favorites. Me and Mike were looking at Motivate Trust. Galaxy Racer showed up. Boom Esports are on a really good long run. So it's just such a competitive region, and it's really great to see all the eyes here. But it also feels terrible that, like, we only have T1+1. Like, it's just a really tough situation when the region's that competitive with itself.
If nothing else, it'll be good to see at least some potential fresh faces at a TI, assuming Fnatic doesn't make it. If Fnatic makes it, they've got a bunch of TI veterans, but with this TNC or this Boom, it would be very excited to see. And now we can see the heroes that will be selected in the beginning of the last day of Southeast Asia. It's Boom versus TNC, game number 1. Boom banning out the Viper Nyx, TNC banning out Timber Brood, picking up the Phoenix and the DK, and Boom pick up the Lion.
An interesting opening. I mean, the DK, I guess, not too surprising. The Phoenix been pretty popular as well with the Sunray, the sustain it offers. I suppose as Boom, you probably could run the Lion Pos 4 if you wanted to go for a position 5 AA now and kind of put a stop to the amount of sustain that's already there for the side of TNC. It does mean your support duo is going to feel a little bit weak. Like, you've got that kind of squishy support duo, but that is kind of how the meta's been going, so I wouldn't really blame Boom for just going for the AA pickup now. But they may also just prioritize going for that FBZ heroes. You can see TNC, they've kind of already just kind of focused on FBZ, and there you go. They pick up the axe. I don't want to say it's a Dream Missile axe yet. I mean, we have seen a lot of axe. It could be, but you know, from the previous performances we've been seeing Tsunami, if it's going to be a Pos 1 Axe, you know, it does scare me a little bit for Boom Esports. I've got to be honest.
For what it's worth, Dreamacell did so he's picked it twice, and they did win one of their games. It was versus TNC, I think, that they were able to beat TNC with a carry axe earlier in this, because they already played each other, right? Yeah. So
in the upper bracket.
Could go either way, but I would not blame them for going for FBZ, because second phase throughout all of Boom's opponents has always been very, very FBZ targeted. You'll see Mars, the Tide, the Darkseer all banned out in second phase, so I think it's a good approach for them to pick up a flex potential, or if not the FBZ hero in the first phase.
Yeah, it's just the tendency for teams against Boom. I'm keen on seeing how TNC builds up on this Phoenix DK myself. Like, they've got the option here for, say, a Tim's Mirana to slide through. Could have also been first phase to prioritize the DK Mirana combo, but it's kind of still left in the pool. Again, in the second phase, you tend to just look to ban out those cores, so it might slip Boom's mind. I don't think you should really allow Tims to play that comfort hero, but it's kind of there as well. The possibilities are pretty open. For Boom's part, I mean, Dreamacell, I think I remember that series. Like, there was a conversation about, at least beforehand, about letting teams have the carry axe, and Boom was hesitant the first time around, and they tried it. So I don't know if they'd want to experiment again, despite finding that one win with Dreamacell. But if it worked before, I guess that might be the mindset. If it worked before, we can make it work again. Maybe they managed to pull it off. Who knows? You can see the rest of the bans. Ricky being taken out by TNC, the Spectre and Medusa. So again, just playing around by banning cores, leaving that Mirana. Boom only has one ban left after this one, and that could still be really potent for TNC.
Yeah, for what it's worth, whenever they did run the carry axe, it was against a Broodmother, and so that kind of justified it a little bit more. But it was also against a Phoenix, so they didn't really fear too much of that percentage-based damage from the Sunray. And still, AA also left in the pool, and we'll see if TNC want to target any supports in the second phase bans. They're going for, I guess, Makoto heroes with the Ricky ban, and I guess Dreamacell was also playing it as well, but I don't know if they are going to be focusing too much on support bans.
We'll find out very soon. I mean, the bans have started. Ricky banned out. I guess we have seen Dreamacell play that, and Makoto as well in the mid lane, so it makes enough sense. I didn't think the mid Ricky last time around was that impressive from Boom, if I'm completely honest. Though that is an impressive pickup if they had it. The Doom is definitely something to be very scary, very scared of if Boom did take it. So I do like that ban. It seems like no supports that are being banned out. It's just all core heroes for both sides. Interestingly enough, I guess, like I said earlier, I think the AA is still open for Boom if they want it. I think it's still not such a bad pick. Unless it gets banned out, but it seems like TNC just going to focus in on those Makoto heroes, which, you know, I can't quite blame them because he has been playing very, very well. Always does, really, Makoto. He's always just very, very consistent with how well he plays. We'll see what else. I mean, do they want to ban the TA to boot? I think TA's one of his scariest heroes for Makoto. You know, they do call him the Yellow Flash for a reason. You know, it's not really Makoto when he plays TA, it's Minato. And, Boom. I'd love to see it in this game number 1. It's a great way to start.
Wait. Explain this Naruto reference to me. I love learning more Southeast Asian lore. What is was there actually something specific about Naruto, or did you just come up with that?
No. It is specific to Naruto because the what is it? The Aghanim Scepter. How he can go across the map.
He teleports all across the map. Okay, I gotcha.
Yeah. So you know, Makoto, he's the Yellow Flash. When he plays TA, it's just so impressive. He gets the Aghanim Scepter. You're never safe across the map. It's, you know, it's impressive. You know, he deserves that title if he does take it.
And if he does play kind of a playmaker, because we were both kind of surprised to see Makoto pick up the Doom yesterday, because it doesn't feel like a very Makoto hero. He always plays these flashier, more space-creating kind of mids, but it was whenever they had the Viper Flex, and or at least I think that was the game. Whatever the case, he ended up playing Doom mid, and I know, John, for the longest time, any single time that I was like, oh, they could give it to FBZ or Makoto, you're like, it's going to be a FBZ Doom. But he finally picked it up.
Yeah, it just goes against the grain for how Makoto plays, but I think they kind of prioritize maybe just having that win condition. In that sense, you love to talk about it with Doom, but it is a big win condition towards the end, especially once you start farming up the Ags with a break in certain scenarios. So That might just be how Boom's approaching it, a much more calculated approach outside of just the feel of the heroes here for Mikado, and could be something that works out. I think, again, it's part of that development of the team, so we'll see if it carries through. I think going back to Mike's point about the AA, and they get the Mirana here in TNC, the AA is still open for Boom. The one issue I have is that it breaks up this red opening. Like, TNC and Boom both have two sets of red heroes, right? TNC breaks that up with the Mirana, but I don't know if there's anything left for Boom to kind of continue that trend here.
How about Grimstroke? He's kind of red. Blue.
Oh,
What a
no, it's
shame.
too blue. Two blues.
Abaddon, not only a blue hero, but a hero that we don't see particularly frequently. If nothing else, we see it usually against Lion, and TNC maybe denying Makoto his Templar. Wow, okay, they're just blazing through this.
Oh.
Mike, take your pick. What hero would you like to talk about?
Oh man, I talked about the Makoto TA, but I've got to say Armel is just as, if not better, at this hero. I mean, it's Armel, right? Like, you can put him on anything and he's going to make it look good. But the TA, when Armel picks it up, it's very scary. Now, I do love it. Into the axe, into these high armor heroes, you can kind of just get rid of all that armor and burst them down. I think it's quite valuable here because you don't have a great way of burning through the refraction either this game. On the side of Boom Esports, like, you've got Battle Hunger, but that's whatever. Yeah, it seems like a nice pick here for the side of TNC, and it does seem like they're going for this kind of, I don't want to say old school, but we've seen it for so long from TNC, this kind of fast-paced push lineup where they'll go for the mid-tier one, they'll go for the top-tier one, and then they'll just take over the map. They'll just kind of choke you out, they won't let you farm, and Boom Esports, they go for the TB very confidently, right? Because I don't think TNC intends to allow them to have that jungle space for the TB to be able to farm up for the next 30 minutes. So it's a very confident TB pick here from Boom Esports. But I think TNC, they've already kind of got their game plan. They're going to just close the map on them. And Boom, we'll see if they can kind of fight back here with this draft, but it could be pretty rough.
I'm curious what TNC are going to be prioritizing as their carry. For Gabby, they've still got Morphling available in pool. They've still got Faceless Void, which they played earlier as well. And then for Boom, I'm assuming, John, that they're going to need something to answer this TA in the mid. At this point, you know FBZ is going to play offline axe, and now you just need to figure out who is going to be your best matchup against Templar Assassin.
I guess there's an option for the Mikado Kunkka. It's something he loves as well. It's just that I don't think it really suits the lineup for everything else they want to do. It is still one way to kind of tank up your Axe and Terrorblade, but you're basically running 2 melee cores, technically 3 if you don't count Metamorphosis and Terrorblade, so it could be a bit rough running into the Phoenix. 3 cores kind of trying to man up and hit the egg is not ideal, especially if you want your Terrorblade to focus elsewhere, so that could be a bit awkward. I'm just really happy that Boom ban out the Arc Warden, because we've seen too much Terrorblade versus Arc Warden, and that ends up being God knows how long. So we're not going to have.
It just comes down to who gets the
length
ballista in the end, really. That's all it comes down to.
RNG towards those tier 5 items, but yeah, I think Boom might look at the Kunkka. It seems like something that would fit, but it's a bit awkward to run, just because 3 melee cores, well, technically 2, but Terrorblade's technically melee when Metamorphosis is off. Can be awkward in that early game.
In the days of the Animator, I would have said that this is a pretty free Razor pick. I don't know if Southeast Asia values Razor as an anti-TA hero as much as other regions did, but would be something worth considering. We'll go for another Makoto Classic, Wind Ranger.
I don't know how to feel about this hero. I mean, Makoto, I've seen him play it. He does do a very, very good job. He always somehow finds the shackle angles as well, so it's always a very scary time, but it is Wind Ranger, right? Like, Slacks, he kind of means about it, but
it's not game 3.
It's not, okay, it's not game 3 yet, but he has a point. This hero, it seems better than it is, and I kind of question whether Boom can make it look as good as they need it to, and
Oh boy.
Safe lane TA, off lane Brew? Let's see. Gabby's playing
safe
the
lane
DK.
DK. I don't mind this too much. We've seen some effective brews. I think that's mainly from the last time me and Mike saw it was with KP. But the Brewmaster is still highly effective. At this point, you've got really good control for that Terrorblade. Just run up at him without the BKB, just Cyclone him up. Metamorphosis just gets wasted. You clean up everyone else. It's really disruptive on the off lane, and it gives you a lot of good single target control for the most part, but it also kind of breaks up that fight. Like Boom want to be able to run down, catch one hero out, break them off, but I think they've got to be worried about Bach getting that counter initiation going, getting that control off, and that might mean you might want to consider, say, early BKBs here, especially for that Terrorblade. There's still that big question mark with Mikado's Wind Ranger. He's played it a lot. Mid lane matchup feels like you can kind of play tag with TA there, but you don't flash farm the same way, so you might lose that farming war, especially if you don't contest that jungle from Armel.
I like the Brewmaster. I think it has a lot of use, but I'm just wondering if TNC threw too much out of their draft out the window to like put it in, because Dispel Magic is great. You're going to be able to do a bunch of damage to all of TB's Conjure Images and just insta-give them. Cycloning the Wind Ranger would be ideal, because for the most part, I don't really know if FBZ is going to be able to create enough space or at least even hit an egg. And so in a teamfight situation, I think you just need to worry about cycloning the Wind Ranger. It's just, safe lane DK is something we don't see very often. I'll see mid plenty of times, I'll see off lane plenty of times. I don't see safe lane very often, and I definitely don't see it versus an Axe, but if anyone can make it work, I think that this will definitely be the team to make it happen. But let's see, last day of Southeast Asia qualifiers, game 1 of TNC versus Boom. Mike and John, take it away.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. It is indeed MLP Dota and Donix Fire. John, we're into game 1 of the lower bracket final between TNC and Boom Esports. And, you know, John, I can't help myself. How you doing, sir?
Doing great, feeling great. Great matchup to start us off with in the lower bracket finals. As we've already talked about, Boom, this is the furthest they've gone in TI qualifiers ever, as far as I can see, and this is a big moment for them, so they're going to have to show up their A game. TNC, they're in kind of a similar spot that we've seen TI qualifiers end up. Upper finals between FNATIC TNC, someone gets knocked down, and then that guy still moves on into grand finals for a rematch. We'll see if they can continue that momentum. But it's always fun to see this specific matchup, right? Like, it's the Filipino versus Indonesian match. It's always explosive for both teams and the viewers because, you know, Southeast Asia, we get really passionate about our games, Mike.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's hard during these games, right? Because you're so tempted to watch the Twitch chat as well. It's just so entertaining when they go to war over these kind of games. But, you know, we're professionals, John. We'll concentrate on the gamers. I think it's going to be a very close one as well. Like, I know we talked about it. We kind of gave TNC the upper hand before the draft began in this series, but it could be anyone's game. These two, they've gone against each other so many times. It is a bit of a classic matchup between Boom and TNC, and of course it is underway now. Boom, they'll take 2 of their bounties. Of course, TNC will respectively take their own 2. We'll get into the laning stage, and we will start off with the bot lane, where you do see Hyde on the line. He'll be there with FBZ on this axe. Of course, against Gabby on his POS 1 DK. And Tim's, it seems, is going to be the POS 5 Mirana this game.
We've seen this lane a couple of times before, specifically DK Mirana versus Axe. And we've seen it go either way. If Hyde can do a good job of zoning the Mirana out, I think the Axe can just sit and spin without having to worry about the arrow. But if he's not able to buy that space out, you get that simple chain stun combo. The Axe doesn't feel tanky at all early on, so it's all down to just positioning it. Freebie arrow, it's good to block that range creep, so you're not feeding out the EXP. But it will take a couple of levels here for FBZ to really feel comfy. You went with level 1 Battle Hunger, no spins.
Look at the damage though, FBZ. The level 1 Battle Hunger, it's pretty stock standard, I'd say, but the damage you can pump out with this DK Mirana is kind of insane. Another arrow out, this time it will not be blocked off by either, and you get to the point where you can't always block these arrows. You do have to be a little bit cautious because the damage will rise very fast between these two. We should have a look at the other lanes as well. Of course, top lane, you've got Bok there with Boomy. Up against Dreamer, Cell, and Kezcute. John, talk to me about this lane. The Brewmaster, was it a good pick? Is it going to be impactful against this TB during this laning stage?
In lane, you can kind of play around, maybe look for the value points in Cinderbrew for now. Bok does have the Thunderclap ready to clap and Boomy. He doesn't have jump here.
No, he doesn't have Icarus time. Still level 1 and is going to end up going down. Dreamer Cell does already pick up the first blood in very nice fashion. This is kind of what I was worried about, John. Are you going to be able to do enough? Because Dreamer Cell, he knows his Terrorblade very, very well. I'd say it's one of his best heroes right now, and it's going to be scary for TNC to deal with later on if he has this good of a start.
And what you have to do in this lane for TNC is play around the Metamorphosis. Once you see it kind of expire, you know you've got about 2 minutes or so where you can just try to harass out the TB. You've got good magic damage on your Brew, but I think Dreamicel's doing a good job here. Every single time he sees Bach come close, he commits to Reflection, and Bach hurts himself more than he can hurt the TB. So it's a bit rough. This is also a very EXP heavy lane for TNC. The Brewmaster and the Phoenix need some levels, and Boomy's just kind of giving this lane away. So the progression onto that level 3 spike for the Phoenix, it's going to take a bit longer here.
Let's have a look at that mid lane as well. The one lane we haven't talked about yet. It's going to be Armel against Makoto. Armel and that TA having an extremely good time. Double the CS of our Wind Ranger, which is going to be a pretty big cause of concern. As we know the TA already can kind of flash farm very quickly. But with this kind of start as well, it's going to be concerning here for Makoto. This is sort of what we kind of mentioned in the drafting phase, right? Like this Wind Ranger pick, what does it actually do? Well, for now, it's not doing so well in the lane, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's a slow start. It's a bit worrying for Mikado. He's not really able to use any sort of advantage. Like, maybe you try to just power shot the creep wave, but you're never going to burn through Refraction from TL, though.
Still ticking out to that Battle Hunger, but he's actually out regenerating the damage. And Hyde, he's showing up. Earthspike gonna land, but it's still not enough. 20 HP he'll survive on. Hyde, really can't believe his eyes. Like, how does this damn hero die? Gabby, he won't even need a salve dot. He'll stick around the tier 1 tower, he'll get a bit of bonus regen. He's gonna be just fine.
Yeah, it's just DK things, you know, you hit your level 4 spike, you have level 2 Dragon Blood, you can sustain through a lot more. You've also got added strength from that early Soul Ring, so hard to zone out. They are doing a good job of at least pushing Gabby away from the creep wave, but it's not like he's missing out on too much CS. So the bot lane for Boom just going a bit slower. You're still seeing the mid lane struggle here. I mean, you just can't burn through Refraction, so you can never trade favorably with that TA. Maybe once you hit level 6, you can look for a Shackle Focus Fire play, but even then, that can be a bit risky. And I think Mikado's either going to need some support rotations, probably from Hyde, to take care of this TA early on, or start to ask the supports to set up around that jungle, plant some deep wards to prevent that flash farm.
Still unable to apply that pressure right now, Boom. Just trying to keep up in the CS department. Everything's going really swimmingly though for TNC. Like that bot lane, the mid lane, you'd have to argue 2 out of 3 lanes is already won here for TNC. That off lane, sure, it didn't go so well. But when you look at Dreamicel's farm in comparison to Armel and Gabby, he has fallen a little bit behind. We'll see what they get done about it, but it's another one of those things, John. With this draft from TNC, they're going to be able to take those towers very fast. And TNC will choke you out of the map. We talked about this during the panel. It's going to be extremely important for them to be able to defend these tier 1 towers, especially around that 10-minute mark.
They can't have these objectives melt quick. It's going to shrink their jungle space on Boom's side. They need a lot of catch-up farm for all 3 cores, especially the Axe. Like, you do have the Vanguard up, but you're going to need a quick blink on top to really start running around the map here. So someone's going to have to give some space earlier on. It feels like it might end up being Mikato by nature of the Wind Ranger, just because it really just doesn't flash farm the same way the Axe and Terrorblade can. So if he doesn't find his Javelin timing, I think Mikado is going to be in a really awkward position. You can already see TNC just constantly shoving in the mid wave, even dragging a support out by the 6-minute rune to secure that regen.
He will get it, Tims. Not that he really needed it anyway. SQ does cancel it off straight away, but just being able to deny it away from Makoto going to feel quite nice. Because Armel, he doesn't even have a bottle, so he doesn't really give a crap about the runes at all, unless it's something like a DD or a haste rune. Definitely no need for a regen as playing a bit of a scuttle. They'll be fine. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Gabby, he's forced to pop the dragon form. It's not too big of a deal. It was just a bit of a dive from FBZ. Doesn't really amount to much. Gabby, he'll just farm with this anyway. Like, he's not going to try and apply any kind of tower pressure yet. It's all about the farm game for him. He's doing a great job of it.
Yeah, he's just pretty much in a solo lane, Perfect farm coming out for DK, which will lead to quick item timings, perhaps quick power treads, maybe looking for that fast blink as well to take a more active role on DK. The slower pace of game, it feels like it's actually favoring TNC a lot more. You look at those triangle stacks here from TNC, man, like a whole bunch of stacks just for our melt to clear out later on. There is a ward from Boom to watch it, but they're really not in a position to contest any of that. They're already playing the jungle with Dreamo Cell very early on because the top lane's just being shoved in. Bach has level 6. Primal Split Threat is ready to go. The push for TNC up top isn't the quickest, especially without Gabby around, but it's still happening, and that's more progress than Boom is happening.
The question is, can they kind of infiltrate that Radiant Triangle? In fact, hold that thought, because mid lane, Armel, he's thinking about going for a dive in on Kescute. Almost gets him. Arrow, it's going to be taken by the Lion. They might find another, and they will hide. He's gone, but Makoto, he's going to try and fight this one out, but he definitely can't do it. Even with the focus fire, he needs to get the hell out of there, as Armel will chase him down and find himself a double kill. Boom Esports, a bit of a misplay there. They didn't really know where they were going with that. Miscoordination for sure. And you would have almost rather seen the Abaddon die over the Lion. You need to find that blink timing on Hyde. It's going to delay things a little bit, and to make matters worse, John, Makoto ends up dropping.
Yeah, he tried to play greedy. He tried to line up for a shackle, did not connect. And I love what TNC is doing. I didn't notice this earlier, but Boomy, in that fight, he was still level 2 at 7 minutes in. He just hits level 3. He's been very sacrificial on this Phoenix, enabling everyone else to get a lot more space. Even Tims is at 5. So he's taking that hard, almost pos 6 roll on Phoenix, just stacking the triangle. They managed to clear out the large camp. They've got the Ancients coming through for Armel with a double damage. They take the top tier 1. This early game's going very smoothly for TNC, and if Boom don't find a way to hit some item spikes, get some blinks up, maybe on FBZ, they're not going to have the answer.
Kescute's in trouble top lane. They get the primal split off, and this should be a nice easy pick off. In fact, Kescute, his courier's in trouble as well. They'll ignore that for now. He'll burn alive very slowly as Bok. He's gonna leave the courier. He'll show some mercy. Go back, just make sure he does not get caught out of position. But it's the 3rd kill already for TNC. I suppose that is one of the nicer things about the Brewmaster this early on, is you can just kind of go for solo kills. There's not much in the way of stopping him.
Yeah, they just aren't together enough from Boom to punish that Brewmaster. Like, the top lane's just not a place they want to play necessarily. They've got deep wards from TNC's end. You can just kind of commit the Brew. He's super tanky. You don't have burst yet. Even Finger's not quite up on Hyde. So you can't really counterplay it. And TNC's just working this map to perfection. They're getting flash farm on Armel super quick. He's rushing the Desolator, no Dragonlance it looks like this time around, so he's just going straight up burst, not going for durability, stats, and range. And this could actually help them accelerate that game. Like, the Dragonlance would help them sustain a little bit longer and save Armel, but with this kind of timing on the Desolator, we're looking at maybe 11 minutes, maybe even less, 10:30. He's going to be able to melt literally every single here. Even the TB is going to feel a bit squishy. The Axe is probably the slowest one to kill, only if he gets his taunt off.
I like that Desolator choice, though. Like, you kind of pointed it out, but having this much early kind of timing with that Deso, when you've got a DK on top, just get rid of that mid-tier 1 tower, and boom, they're going to suffer. That's exactly what TNC are trying to do. They've already grouped around the mid lane, forcing those rotations in. They'll back off for now and go back into that triangle. Armel, he's got the Deso up. 10.5 minutes into this game. That is a fast Deso. This is very, very problematic. This is a huge problem now for Boom. I think Armel will see him go into the mid lane very soon, and I wouldn't be surprised if Gabby joins him.
If they can just look to melt towers right now if they want to. Armel's starting to queue up the Dragonlance, so he just kind of reverses the order, figuring that he's AFK jungling more and the Desolator's more efficient there. You can see Boom kind of clump up. They are smoked up. They've got Finger.
Nice call. They got the big one. They got the TA, but can they burst him down in time? Armel, Finger out. He's still alive, but no, the dunk. FBZ gets the job done. Tims, he'll try to leap away his Bok. He's trying to find a decent team fight for his team, and Gabby, he's in, but what did he just stun? It was the Euphonic Shield that purges it off, and now the call's in. FBZ, he's after the edge. He wants to try and burst it down in time, and they get it. They beat the team fight. TNC, they need to retreat right now as Boom. They are angry and they want more. What can they find? Gabby, he's a great target, and there's your
Oh
blink
my
in
God.
FBZ. Catches him out again, and Dreamer Soul, he'll get to work. An absolute disaster for TNC Predators. Boom. They refuse to let that mid-tier 1 tower drop. They're back to farming. They're not going to try and push. That's not their objective right now. As long as that mid-tier 1 stands, they are happy.
That was just beautifully timed from Boom. Immediately, once they had that blink in FBZ, they looked for that kill opportunity, and that's all they really needed. They needed some setup, they needed a way to initiate these fights. FBZ just getting all the big calls he needs. You can see TNC, they're still trying to push in, but you have to remember, it is risky. You don't have Egg anymore, you don't have Primal Split. The fight around that tier 1 could be a bit tougher if you force the issue.
Still huddle around that mid lane, but it's gotten so much more dangerous now. You've even got the Maelstrom up on Makoto, so he's got some damage to pop out with that focus fire. Certainly not as easy as it was just about a minute ago to try and go for this mid-tier 1, but there is going to be a smoke up. TNC gonna wrap around through the Hyde jungle, but Makoto, he breaks the smoke off, and Hyde's gonna rotate. There's your focus fire around Gabby. He is a tanky target, but it may not matter as a Shackles comes out. Makoto, he found 2 already, but they won't be able to capitalize as Bok now. He'll move forward. No primal split necessary as they Icarus dive in, but Hyde, he'll be protected by Kezcute and the Aphotic Shield. Easy, look at him, John. He's waiting for that reinitiation. He's been very good thus far with the blink calls. We'll leave them be for now. TNC ever so desperate to try and get that mid-tier 1 tower, but Boom, they're not budging.
I like the committal from Boom. They understand that they need this tower as much as TNC needs theirs. TNC will recommit though. They've got the Dragon form up on Gabby. This tower is not going to hold as long, and I think that's the point where Boom, they're probably not going to be keen to jump in. They see the full commitment from TNC. They have to surrender the objective. They're getting what they can in their jungle while they can, and they should be able to get some good D wards. But look at TNC. They have a million sentries around the area, and they're just going to be able to spot out those defensive wards as they come down. So they're already preempting the vision game that Boom will probably want to bring out, and it can make it a bit tougher for Boom to keep that control steady. They're going to try to look for that bot tier 1 just to open up that bot jungle a bit more. They're dragging the heroes in.
Easy. Lane Tim's going to hide in the tree line. They know it's a TB illusion, I believe, so they'll leave that be. In fact, it's their own TB illusion as Tim's still hiding. They're trying to scout it out. Tim's making it very, very hard to catch him out, and he'll even pop the Moonlight Shadow to try and sneak his way out of this scenario. Oh, he's going to reveal himself, FBZ. He's still waiting. Patience of a monk here on this axe. How much longer do you want to wait? Still, Tim's again. Arrow out. We'll get a bit of vision on Dream Cell. Get in FBZ from the left side now. Gonna come through that tree line. Tim's call, not gonna be on target. He leaps away. He's got 2 more leap charges. He should be alright as now. They stand next to each other. Look at Tim's. He's farming the creeps. He knows there's no call. He gets an arrow out. He's wasted a lot of time in the spot lane while the Roshan's happening on the other side of the map. It was all a bit of a bait here from TNC as the distraction play may have worked out. Roshan very, very low. Power shot going to get the vision. FBZ, he needs to get in there quick, but the blink, it's been cancelled. He'll get in now. Ball's there. Armel, he's got the Aegis. He does snatch it away from the side of Boom Esports, and now they'll go for the fight. Onto the axe. FBZ's going to try and run. Can he get away from Bok on this primal split? He cannot. He will drop. They even found another. Hello, Kezcute. Right back down to earth, and TNC, they will burst him down. That was a very close call. Armel just out-clicking Boom Esports, and now might just find Hyde. He won't go for the chase on the line. He'll leave him be. It's a slight net worth lead now to TNC, but with that Aegis up, John, they can certainly apply a bit more pressure.
And he can look to commit further with Armel. He can look to just throw his first life off if he wants to. Ideally, you'd want the BKB to kind of maximize that, though. But that's going to take a little bit more time to farm. For Boom's part, I mean, that's a great call from FBZ. He needs the follow-up. Like, you can't just go in with the Axe. I think he's going to need Lion backup, and this is where Boom's lineup kind of falters. Their team fight is just not as good. They don't have anything like the Egg. They don't have anything as disruptive as the Brewmaster as well, so it's trickier for them to force these 5v5s in a tight spot.
Gripping arrow, that could be a great arrow. Tim's! He never misses this guy. As they dive in now, the sun rays out. Makoto, he's trapped in the tree line, but he has help coming in. FBZ, he's there with the call. Shackles out. It'll latch onto a tree and they'll finger burst him down. The arrow, it was great, but it doesn't end up paying off. Boom Esports, they turn right back around and start chasing him down as Hyde. He'll blink forward. Earth Spike, not going to be thrown yet, but FBZ, he'll get the vision for a great stun out now. Hyde locks him down. Ball is there. Lock, he doesn't have Primal Split. It's going to be hard to get out of this. He'll try to go for a run, but another nice shackles Makoto off the creep wave. Gabby trying to help Bok. He will survive. The Sunray was enough sustain, and Boom Esports, they're going to have to back off. Just wait another day for that opportunity. It's so tight between these two teams, though. Still just a 1k net worth lead. Just feels like heroes are dropping so low, but they get away all the time. And Bok, he's going to be counting his blessings, John. He's only 900 gold away now from that Aghanim Scepter on the Brewmaster. So you'd rather not die if you can avoid it.
And that's going to be a big spike for Bok. We've seen that back-to-back Primal Split be a massive issue for a lot of teams that have had to play against a Brewer. Now, this is not going to line up with his level 20 talent, which is where it really gets obnoxious with a plus 1,400 Brewing HP. That's way down the line, but this is still enough to save his life twice over. So Boom's going to have to be a lot more cautious about committing onto something like the Brew. They've got to be maybe prioritizing the Brew to die first, just to prevent all of that control from coming true in a very prolonged fight. For Boom's part, they're still building up. Like, we're still seeing decent farm coming in from Dream as well. It's time for the BKBs to fly in and FBZ.
FBZ, arrow gonna be on target. Tim's at it again. They found a very nice target for themselves. FBZ, he can do nothing about it. Now Gabby blinking very far forward. Makoto's gonna TP in. Gabby, he got the vision, but he doesn't have the blink to initiate. Let him go for a bit. Reveal himself now. But what they really came for is that G2 top tower. Look at those sky blades from Armel. My goodness. What kind of range is that?
Oh god, it's a Grove Bow with the Dragon Lance. So it's all the added range with the Psyblade talent range. Very painful and very balanced. That top tier 2 is not going to hold for long, and Boom has no options to fight in without the Axe. So the top jungle now completely open here for TNC. They take the outpost, and they deny some XP per minute away from Boom. And for Boom's part, they really need to hit these item spikes. Like FBZ, he's going for the classic Manta Ag Shard that we almost always see nowadays. Still a ways off from the Manta and further away even from the Shard, so that big spike for the Axe to keep deep pushing waves, not quite there yet. BKB to protect the TV is almost there.
Oh, arrow, he was on target. He was on target. Hyde, he's gonna try and go for a run. I don't think he quite makes it out of this one. Tims will chase him down. Ern's still taking him out. Hyde. Did he really just get out the sun ray now? No, blinks to the south. But Gabby, the breathe fire off target, but it won't matter. It won't matter. Oh, very close call there for Hyde. They even get his courier. Make sure there is nothing left of this man. Get him down.
That was nail-bitingly close for them to miss that kill. I think the TP was just only a few milliseconds off, so they find it. That's time for Boom to get away, but they do drop their bot tier 1 down to just 2 outer towers here from Boom. Mid tier 2, bot tier 2 left. They can kind of control the jungle here from TNC's end. They could try to plant some more, they just don't have any available at the moment. So it's not quite the control they'd want, but they do plant in the end from Boomy. The thing for Boom right now is that they're losing their own map. There are still stacks coming out on TNC. Bok's getting great space to accelerate even further past just the Ags, working towards that Aeon Disc next. And once you've got that Ags Aeon Disc combo, you literally cannot kill the Brewmaster. Like, you just can't. He gets immediately broken in the combo breaker, then he just pops his ult. He will always have an ult charge. There's no situation where you don't have that, so it's going to be a massive massive spike here for Bach once he's allowed to farm that up, and Boom has just not done enough to really shut that map down. We talked about it from the draft, from laning. What they had to do was really take control of that jungle, prevent the stacks, but they were never given the opportunity to do so, and they're just so much slower here on Boom's side. You're keeping up a bit with Dreamocell. FBZ is taking the backseat, and so is Mikado. So your two big cores just aren't quite at the point where they're as farmed as even Gabby. They will look for a smoke play here, though.
Is the only one showing at the moment. In fact, his team is right around the corner in case he needs it. Anything that was scouted out, but FBZ, he's going to break the smoke. A nice call in. He does blink straight on top of Armel. A great target, but they can't get in time. Surely they finger him up, but it's not going to be enough. If he turns around for a meld strike, he'll get FBZ, and now Makoto. He's going to try and run, but I don't think there's any running at the side blades. He bouncing the meld strike. It's going to reach for Makoto. He had the wind run. They'll turn back around. Armel now in trouble. They'll burst him down, and here comes Dreamocell getting to work. They'll turn onto Hyde. The Lion eventually die. Reinitiation. Gabby with the arrow out from Tims. They've got the Terrorblade, the shackles. It won't land. Dreamocell, he has the Sunder though. He wants to turn around. There's your Sunray out with the arrow again. Dreamocell, he just can't move. And now Makoto, he needs to run, but he cannot run. Not from TNC Predator as they go for the mid-tier 2 tower now. That was a full team wipe, by the way. Kescute, he bought back at the end, but it was just way too late.
Oh man, it's the execution from Boom's falling a bit flat. They tried to commit on the TA, but the heal's coming out from Boomy on that Sunray on the Phoenix. It's way too much, and we've seen that over multiple fights. It heals way too strong. It rips right through your high HP heroes because of the percent damage as well. And Boom do not have an easy way of reaching that backline outside of, I guess, Hyde to blink in, look for a Hex, look for an Earth Spike, but that's way, way deep back from TNC. Like, Boomy's positioning has been so on point to save his teammates every single time, and Boom has to make a choice now in starting these fights. Jumping the TA has not paid off when the rest of the team is there. The Brewmaster is highly disruptive, but you also have the heals to worry about from Boomy. I think they have to catch that Phoenix first. Like, you might run the risk of just getting controlled up by the Primal Split, but you can't afford to give that sustained away to TNC.
Dire are scanning.
FBZ, at least he has the Manta up now, so you've got plenty of creep wave push with these Axe Illusions and, of course, the DPS output. On the other spectrum, though, Gabby's got the full Aghanim Scepter. So Black Dragon is online now for TNC. Or rather, no, he is. The Black Dragon is there. He is level 18. That's going to be a very scary scenario now for Boom. We've seen they don't really have enough to deal with the side of TNC yet, and these items up, it just becomes that much harder. It's even Armel, he's working towards the MKB. That's going to make Makoto's life a hell of a lot harder to boot, right? Because he's kind of relying on that wind run to be able to survive the TA damage, but once that MKB's out, suddenly you're not really evading those hits anymore, and he's going to have to be a lot more careful about his positioning.
It's going to be super tough for Boom. They're not going to feel all too tanky going to that next fight. And TNC, well, there's a Roshan they could take, but they look to take a pick off first to clear that up. That's
easy, stunned out. Gabby's got him. Not strike there. Arrow again connecting on target. See you later, FBZ. Kescute also being caught out by Tims and Kescute. He's got the borrowed time at the very least. He might be able to buy a bit of time, but not for long. They stun him up, they'll take him down, and that should be a very free Roshan for TNC. As Boom Esports, they don't have the buybacks to contest this.
They have no way of accessing that pit. TNC still have access to the egg. They've got another charge of that Primal Split. It's not a very smooth fight for Boom, especially considering what they have on hand. They can't. So this is going to be second Roche, Aegis Cheese, Ag Shard. That is big. I wonder who they hand that shard to. I'd say just give it to Armel. Psionic Trap Silence is just going to really break the back of Boom here. They do have a couple of BKBs up, but yeah, it's going to be painful. You know?
Of course there's a DD rune right after Roshan.
Of course.
Here's an Aegis, here's a Shards, here's a DD rune just in case you needed an Armel, and down to the bot lane they go. They'll defend that up for now. This classic Armel's gotten everything he can ask for thus far. There's literally nothing else the game could have given him.
Yeah, I think the way it goes perfectly next is Roche number 3 will have a free Ag's Blessing, and then you're really sad. You know, that's absolutely the perfect game for Armel, getting everything from Ice Frog himself. He'd be all over the map. He'd have a global, sort of like global silence almost, to take control. And Boomer finding themselves lagging behind. They have not been blessed here, Mike. 14-6, 10k lead for TNC. They're lagging behind in farm. Their jungle shrinking. They didn't manage to get that early aggression on the opposing jungle. Their own jungle is being invaded by the side of TNC. It's that farm share issue. Like, how do you get an Axe who still doesn't have Shard enough space to share farm with a TB, to share farm with a Wind Ranger who desperately needs farm but can't really flash farm herself? So these cores are just kind of starved for where they want to be at this point in the game, and TNC just abuse that. They can just dig into these objectives. They're not going to last all too long here.
T2 tower definitely not going to last very long. That double damage rune up on Armel. Be very, very short work as he's right-clicking for about 500 damage at the moment on the T8. Very, very good. Into the tier 2 mid tower. Gabby will take care of that. No help necessary. Boom Esports just trying to play the avoid game, but now a smoke out. Gabby, he's going to fly over the cliff into Dreamer Cell, but he will barely miss out on the vision. Moonlight Shadow up though. Dreamer Cell. He's going to hide in the tree line. He's scouting him out. Tims, do you want to go for a blind arrow? No, not quite. Dreamer Cell's just fine. FPZ, not so much yet, but he's quite deep in the tree line and he will eventually TP out, so TNC will run into Makoto instead. Makoto. Stun is on a creep of all things, Gabby. He'll take both of them. It's an enchanted quiver. Right, I mean, why not give that to Armel? There you go, Armel. Did you need more damage, Armel? Here's an enchanted quiver, sir.
Yeah, you gotta love it. Use that with your meld, right? You time its cooldown, just meld. You suddenly have plus 400 range in your hit and bonus damage as well. On top of the meld bonus, it's balanced. Very nice. Thank you, Ice Frog.
Thank you very much. Hyde, he's been pinged out. Gabby, he's by himself. He won't make the jump in. They'll just keep controlling the triangle. I mean, this is exactly what we talked about during the panel. Choke out the side of Boomer. There you go. FBZ, he shows up for a second. Gabby jumps in with the stun. FBZ just burning to the sun ray. They'll try to help him out. Manta is used as well. He's still trying to run. Kescue, he can't save him. FBZ's going to drop. Kescue's going to try and run, but there's your Cyclone out from Bok. He's gone. Armel, another double kill. And he gets his MKB up as well. Very nice.
Perfect. And they're just playing perfectly here on TNC. They can invade every single spot. They've got great vision in that triangle area, not safe to be in. For Boom's part, they at least have the Scotty up on Dreamer Cell, so some of that healing game can be stopped, but they need to go back for their high ground. This is not going to last by itself, and TNC, they're focused. They want to go for the objective games. They want to push their advantage. They do not want to drag this game all too long. They know how terrible it can be late game, so they just want to get as much as they can.
That tier 3 tower really is not going to last very long. Boom, they've got to do something about this. They're going to try. They'll bring Dreamer Cell in. Got the meta up. He can definitely go for a fight, but it looks very, very scary as Arnold has that secondary life. They jump in. FBZ, he's on the Tims on that Mirana. Tims, he will use himself up. He's not going to die yet. He'll leap away, but no, the dunk is there in time. Still Gabby now with the stun, Sunray, egg, everything been thrown out. FBZ, he cannot run up the high ground like that. He does end up going down, and now the disarms out. They will make sure Dreamer Cell cannot fly back, but Armel, he's dropping. He loses the Aegis. They find him another time. Gonna pop his BKB, Nod Strike, blink out of there. Will defend the mid-racks, they only lose the tier 3 tower and FBZ. Really, it's not too bad of a defense here for Boom Esports.
Yep, they hold on. I think that could have gone a lot worse. They find a couple of kills. At least they denied the Aegis away from Armel. That was pretty well timed from TNC as well, though. I think they only had about 40 seconds in the Aegis, so pretty on point for choosing that time to fight right before it's supposed to expire. They will go into the next fight with a couple of upgrades, though. They've got the Ags up on Boomy, so he can go for saving place, which we have worked against Phoenix in very tense situations where maybe dragging your ally in egg is not the ideal situation, but It will take more hits to break the egg off, so Boomy can be a larger distraction in the front now. And that, again, just there's so much for Boom to have to focus on. They need these good calls to come in. They need to isolate out the Phoenix somehow. They need to take out the Brewmaster before the second split can come through. And TNC, well, they don't have egg, but they can just look to go high ground again.
Why the hell not? Arrow. Start out. Rats again, not gonna last long. They don't have meta up. Really be able to fight. Love that Spirit Vessel there from Pims as well. Just make sure FBZ cannot dive in, and there you go. They deny the racks off. The TNC won't care about that. They're 13k ahead. And there's a double damage rune at the bot rune spot.
Perfect.
Amazing.
They need it. They're going to need it for that second push. TNC lining up still around that triangle area. And they could just keep that wave shoved in, wait for their own creep wave to catch up. Look to take another set of racks. Next, Roche still a minute and a half till we find out when that respawn is. So they can't quite go for that safe objective. First, Boom, they're using this time to farm as much as they can. FBZ trying to save up for a BKB. Mikato for an MKB, and already having his own BKB along with the travels. And Dreamcell actually changes his mind. He finished up the Scotty. He was queuing Butterfly earlier. He's going for the Ags. He understands that he's probably going to need that Terror Wave to come through just to have a option to still join these fights even while Metamorphosis is down, or situations where he doesn't want to fully commit that meta. He's going to have some choices, and he does have the gold. It's just going to leave him without buyback, so he's going to have to weigh his options there. Consider whether or not they're going to join a risky fight soon, or he can afford to just buy out, and chooses to buy out. So having that second option is great, but he has to be very cautious about where he is on the map.
That is a ballsy play from Dreamer Soul, because they have that DD rune and they're smoked up right now, TNC. Mind you, Gabby's got it in the bottle at the moment, so it's not on Armel. It's still a very scary scenario as he does pop it and they want to go for a fight. TNC gonna run right into Kezcute. Do they want to start with the Abaddon? Gabby, he will go for the stun. They're going to stun him up, get the borrowed timeout, and almost burst him down. There's the Yule Scepter, and Kezcute, he should be gone. As the rest of Boom, they will just BKB TP out immediately. On the brighter side for Boom, they only lose their Pulse 5 Abaddon. Not too big of a deal. He does have buyback. He's going to try and farm up that buyback gold ASAP.
He's going to need it. He's 1.5k short, so he's going to need to clear a hell lot of waves. The side of TNC, Roshan 2.5 minutes. So not quite the quick respawn. They're going to have to hold on if they want that safety net before jumping up, but Gabby?
Confident Gabby is. He just flying around. I'm just a dragon, just chilling. Traps out, they're slow.
Oh my
Gabby's
God.
jumping in. He's by himself though. Focus fire out, but he has a haste rune. It'll wear off, but it won't matter. Arrow.
Jeez.
It'll be alright. They won't get hit by the arrow.
Oh,
Well, this is what happens when you control the map, John.
Oh yeah. You can do whatever you want. Like Gabby. He doesn't care. He runs in blind, no vision. He's got a haste. He's in dragon form. He can just phase through terrain and patting and doesn't care. Yeah, it's kind of scary seeing that such a big dragon go up. Imagine if he had Giant's Ring. That's just a scary sight. I hasted Giant's Ring Dragon Knight. That is terrifying. I'd love to see it. I don't know if the game is going to last that long though.
And considering how lucky they've been getting with the items and runes, I'd almost guarantee the Giant's Ring is going to come out. Plus, I mean, Gabby, he's not even playing Dota 2 right now, John. He's playing Skyrim. This isn't the same game. He's just flying around as a dragon, having a great old time, ruining someone's day. That someone is going to be Boom Esports, at least for now, but they are getting the farm up. The Dreamer Soul, MKB up next, even has a Hurricane Pike queued up. I like the fact that he goes for that kind of defensive itemization. Smoked up now, Boom, towards the top lane. They found Boomy. A nice Hex Initiation hide. Throws the finger out, and with the illusion, it will be enough. While that was happening, Bot goes ahead and just sneaks the outpost. They don't really mind the Phoenix dying too much, but well, Boomy is gone for 60 seconds. You might want to try and force a fight, or even a Roshan, and there you go, they jump in. The big call out, Tims is speed up as well with the Terror Wave. Get another as Gabby, he needs to run. FBZ, he doesn't have the blink up. If they check Roshan, it's going to be up in 10 seconds. They might have enough time to finish it off if they want to commit the meta. But Boom Esports, they have backed. It looks like they won't scout it in time.
It's pretty scary to still take fights in that pit. There's the egg that can come through. There's this prime and split that can show up from Bach. They know it's going to be a really uphill battle in such an enclosed space, especially since they already committed the Terror Wave, which is basically their big AoE control outside of Call now on the side of things. So have to be a lot more cautious. They do have good wards watching the pit area, so they can tell when it is going to happen from TNC, but TNC always has the trap vision advantage, just knowing when exactly to rush us up, so they can choose when to force that fight. They are looking for their tier 4 items right now. Minotaur Horn being pretty darn good here for Boom, giving them at least some spell immunity for FBZ, additional spell immunity as he has his BKB up. But that does give him more angles to jump in and call without worrying about being just immediately controlled up. They kind of need to play with that. The moments we've been seeing Boom win is when they find these stragglers out from TNC, and if they can keep catching these isolated heroes playing a bit too confidently, they can start to chip away at this 11k lead TNC's built up.
Wind Waker now up on Tim's. A real big item there on the Murano. We've been seeing this a lot. To see it. Roshan also has that Aghanim's Blessing, by the way. Jump. There you go. Just as intended.
Called it. Would be perfect for Armel. Imagine that. The ninja coming out, hey? As we talked about in draft. Would be beautiful.
I don't know why you asked me to imagine it, John. I mean, everything's just happening. It's reality right now. As FBZ hiding in the tree line, he doesn't see anyone, but Fox sees him, and they jump in now. Minotaur Horn gonna save the day, but Gabby, he's not done yet. He'll go after Keskut on the Abaddon first. They'll just try to burst him down. As Boom Esports, they're thinking about reinitiating here. They might have to take the team fight. Terror Wave committed. Keskut, he's gonna survive, but Gabby's looking for a way back in. They still want that Abaddon. They might just be able to get him, and they do. Gabby, he's got him now. King of the hill, he's just on top of the cliff. He wants to fight from this cliff as FBZ. He gets a good call off, but is it going to be good enough? The Aeon Disc is there, Fox. He's surviving. Dreamersaw now needs to back as Armel has joined the fray in FBZ. He's dropping so darn quick, and will probably go down as the rest of Boom just need to run. But Tim's, he's on the chase. He wants another target. They found Dreamersaw. He'll try to hide the tree line. He needs some help. He'll go for the TP, but he's been stunned up. He's got the arrow there on the Marana. They've cycloned him up as well. Bring him back down to earth. It might be time for that Roshan we talked about, John.
Oh, it's open. They take out the two big sources of teamfight spells in the Call and the Terrorize. No buybacks on those two heroes. Roche is not going to last long, and Armel can finally live out his dreams of cosplaying as a ninja.
Armel definitely taking the Aghanim Scepter for himself. His ninja way after all. And Roshan gonna be left to him, he'll take care of it. Meanwhile, the rest of TNC looking for another team fight. They are nearby Makoto on that Wind Ranger. Trying to run back towards the base. Wind run there, they might be able to cut him off in time. Gabby, he's gonna scout him out, but no, the BKB. Quick reactions as Gabby couldn't get the stun off, and here comes Armel right to work on the Abaddon. He's going to be able to just force staff back and survive, but they're onto the tier 3 tower now. A nice shackle angle, but it won't matter because Armel, he's still more than free to hit. Don't have Dreamersaw to fight with either. They need to buy 10 seconds for the Terror Blade. That bottom racks, it's just not going to last. They're gonna let it go. They cannot fight without Dreamersaw. There's just no chance in hell. There's gonna be one Rax left for Boom Esports in this game 1 of the lower bracket final.
I don't think TNC is gonna wait around. They have literally nothing to wait for. Maybe Dragon Form fades, but doesn't feel like a big issue. It's down to Boom to find these angles, to try to get the initiation you need. They do have Terror Wave up, but no full meta for a few more. We're going to have to think twice about this angle here.
Oh, that Cyclone again, just catching out FBZ, making it so they can't initiate. They're going to back off for now, though. They've left Brock behind. It could be a fake back, though. Brock, he's still alive. There's your Terror Wave out, but he'll be fine. You have a Remnant out, outside the base. Everyone from TNC does survive. They're not going to overextend. They'll leave the top racks. They'll come back another time. With a 28k net worth advantage, I don't think there needs to be any rush for TNC. I think they're fine. In fact, they have some tier 4 items to find, John. Get those up first.
Yeah, they haven't quite finished. You do find the Timeless Relic Glass, which they've left behind for now. Interesting choice to keep it under the tree. Right there. They actually just left it. Come on, pick it up, boys. There you go. Boom, picks it up.
Always
nice.
the +5, John. Always the +5, John. Just to pick up the garbage your cores are leaving behind. A big smoke up from Boom, but they have really no way of getting into the triangle. They need the perfect initiation. If they're going to win a team fight, it can't just be a half initiation. It needs to be perfect. They're too far behind. Icarus dive in, Boomy already far forward. FBZ, Makoto gonna get the shackles out, go for the focus fight, trying to burst him down. They do get him. The finger is there. A decent start. Makoto, though, still being chased. He will barely survive with his life intact, but I can't say the same for Hyde. M on the deck. Buybacks out. Kescute is gone. TNC onto the top racks. No creeps necessary. Now, Dreamer's Zoe trying to sneak from the backside. Terror Wave's going to at least buy him some time to get out of that awkward scenario. They are still respecting the Terror Blade. How long? He has the mana up. It was just the Terror Wave he used. They can fight back and defend. No rush for TNC. It's again, huge net worth lead. They don't want to throw this game away. It only takes one bad team fight for Boom to turn this around. And you know Boom, they're waiting for that mistake to happen.
Yeah, I think this is fair play from TNC. I think they need the egg. They understand that the percent-based damage the Sunray's been pumping out onto the Terrorblade, onto the Axe, has been really impactful, not to mention the healing as well for TNC's side. So they don't really want to fully commit just yet. An interesting choice from Bach to get the refresh. It doesn't feel like he's ever out of Primal Split anyway, but I guess he's got some backup in case things go south. Let's say he dies in his Primal Split. Yeah, could be as well, right? Like, the fact that it refreshes that still boggles my mind, but I suppose you've got that safety dent now as well. We saw some nice plays from Boom, though. They had a Nullifier to take off that Aeon-Disc a while ago on the Phoenix, so I think you have to watch for that back and forth there. But yeah, just more conditions here for TNC to be playing safe towards this last set of racks. Boom, they've had enough time to get Terror Wave back up, to have Metamorphosis up and ready. They can look to try and go back in. They've got Finger back up for Burst as well. TNC
does sport the MKB on Dreamer's Soul. He doesn't have buyback on a big jump in. Gabby! He found two of them! Dreamer's Soul needs to run ASAP. He does barely make it out. Hyde, he won't be so lucky though. That'll be a tieback for the Lion. They found Makoto. Aquatic Shield to save the days. The Aeon-Disc does proc onto Fumi, but they got the Megas and now Gabby. He's in. He's got the Wind Ranger. Makoto's gone. Brock, he'll pop the Primal Spring. Do they want to go for a Fountain Dive? They maze FBZ. It's a big call out, but Dreamer's Soul, he's backed off. The GG's been called. They've had enough. The TNC. You can't sugarcoat it, John. That was a very dominant performance from the Filipinos. Boom Esports, they're going to need to go back to the drawing board with this draft and try to come up with something to try and contest this and force it to a game 3.
Yeah, that looked rough. Boom, they didn't quite play early the way we expected. TNC just looks fantastic today, and that could be down to the difference of playing a game at 11 p.m. and playing a game at 1 a.m. So we'll have to see if Boom can shake that feeling off and rise up, because TNC looks like they're full of energy today, Mike.
That they are, John. Of course, we are going to head to a very short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with the panel to discuss what really happened in this game number 1.
Welcome back, everybody, to the end of TNC and what may have been one of the most dominant games that I've seen in a while. But credit to Boom, they were holding on to the bitter end, but it seemed like from the beginning, TNC just had Boom's number. I was skeptical, especially about the safe lane DK. I thought that that was going to be a bit of a handicap, but then Makoto on the Templar Assassin, I mean, how dare I doubt it, Mike? That was just too good to be behold.
Yeah, I mean, it's the classic Armel, right? Armel TA.
Oh, right,
just,
right.
Just
Armel
taking
TA.
over. So it's easy to mix them up, don't you worry, sir. But they're great job from Armel, completely dominant performance. And, you know, Tsunami, we talked about it during the last panel, right? Like, when you're talking about Makoto, I don't know about this Wind Ranger hero. I think you need to give him a bit more impact. Like, a hero that can do something. And it felt like he just fell a little bit too far behind in the laning stage. And that was it. The hero just can't recover. So props to Armel for making it hard for him in the laning stage. I'd still like to see Makoto on something a bit better as a hero.
If he did have something better, though, you think, John, that this Brewmaster last pick would have cycloned it up in the air anyway? Because I think that was a surprising turn of events, and it ended up working quite well for TNC.
Yeah, I think that the Brewmaster was definitely too disruptive in what it was doing. Like, the control it brought out was way too good. It tied in with the pace that TNC wanted to do. I think for Boom's part, what happened was that they allowed it to grow big. There was so much space for the TA to farm. There's so much space for the DK to just get his blink up. They didn't manage to really control the triangle. Both the TA and the Brewmaster was relying on those massive triangle stacks to really hit those big farming spikes. And Boom never did anything. They dropped one ward by the cliff, and they contested it once, and that was it. Like, it was just constantly stacked up by Boomy. I think we saw that fight at like 7.5 minutes where Boomy joined in. He was still level 2, and that's because he spent literally nearly all 7 minutes just stacking that triangle area.
Yeah, there were some moments where early on Boom were doing a good job of defending their mid-tier 1, and I was like, oh, okay, they're doing a good job at protecting their own side of the map, but the whole time TNC had their own thing going on in their triangles and their jungles, and if you let a Templar Assassin get off to a lead like that, then at least they were able to contest the Roche in so much that they were able to take the last hit, but TA still ended up getting the Aegis, but still, TNC came in here with a plan. We're gonna have to see if Boom can come up with some sort of strategy to deal with that plan, because it would be a shame to just go out 2-0 like this, but gonna have to go to the second game before we can find that out. We'll be right back after the break. It's game number 2. Boom versus TNC, and John, you were candid with me. You can slightly repackage it to be a little bit more amenable to our emote only Twitch chat, which has actually been, they're out of jail now, but they may be put back into jail. Tell me what you know about Boom and their trends and how you might think this game 2 might go.
So what happens with Boom is you see them do really good in a lot of tournaments. We've seen this before. They have really good runs, and then they reach this point where it feels like the pressure is at its peak, and then the building doesn't hold up. I think Boom sometimes overthink it. You can kind of see it in the draft last time. They went for that Wind Ranger. It collapses. So I want to see Boom be able to rebuild, come back in here with a fresh perspective, and bring out a game tree. They're going to have to play their A game, because TNC, I think props to them, they played really clean. That was the cleanest we've seen TNC play. Just spectacular from every single player. Great prioritization and farm, and great control on the map. They just played perfect from minute 0.
Yeah, it might be nerves, it might be lack of experience, it might just be stamina at this point. This has been a grueling 4 days for every team involved, but TNC seemed well equipped to make it a reality, that they might make it yet again to the rematch versus FNATIC, but they gotta beat Boom one more time before they can make that happen. As we get into the draft, game number 2, TNC pick up the Nyx Assassin and Leshrek first phase, and Boom pick up the Lion and the Phoenix.
I like this, right? Like, start off with the support duo, don't show too much to TNC. I think game 1 kind of showed that they might just be a little bit ahead in terms of, both teams. Like, they might just be the better team going into this series. So I think you've got to be a bit sneakier if you're Boom Esports. Don't kind of reveal your hand straight away. And while we're at it, again, give Makoto a better hero, right? Like, if you're going to draft him something, give him something better. Give him something that he can carry on if Dreamer Soul's struggling. This is how Boom tends to make these comebacks happen anyway. Give him the TA, give him something like a Medusa if you need to, give him the Storm, just something that can actually have some impact. Invoker, sure, anything but this Wind Ranger pit.
It's possible that maybe they were eyeballing the Riki also, and last time TNC's second phase banned it, and so these semi-carries from the mid lane, I think that was part of the reason why TNC engineered their bans the way they did, because they don't want Mikoto to be able to be that secondary core to Dreamcell. But so far right now, they're going back to targeting FBZ, which is always a safe bet. They ban out the Mars, and they ban out a Dreamcell Lifestealer as well. Meanwhile, Boom, they are just targeting Gabby right now, Ursa, and Jug.
Yeah, just taking care of those win conditions for both sides. I am keen to see how Boom kind of runs their support duo here, though. Like, they had first pick, they started Phoenix. The response from TNC for Nyx just makes it hellish for Phoenix to really just stand there, get the full heal off with Sunray, get the good dives he'd want. It's in stark comparison to how Boomy had it in the first game, where there wasn't a Nyx, there wasn't a way of reaching into the back line, there wasn't a way to break off that great healing, great repositioning dives for the egg, and this is going to make it more complicated for Boom. And they already lock in the line as well, which is, again, different from what we've been seeing from Boom. If they don't get Dreamo Cells here in that first phase, they normally tend to go for FBZ. So they're kind of locking in Hyde and Kezcute, which can still work out, but I think it leaves you in a weaker position to flex around your lineup. Like for TNC, Leshrac showing could still be mid, could be safe for Gabby, could be off for Bach. It's really open. Like, it literally doesn't tell you much, and that's going to give TNC a bit of a lead there on the read on the draft.
Yeah, Leshrac Nyx was one of my favorite openings throughout Season 2, primarily from China it was coming out, as Nyx Assassin was the hero of the entire thing. I think it's still the hero of these qualifiers right now. Nyx Assassin is the most contested hero in all regions that have been playing these TI-10 qualifiers. Not the greatest win rate, only 48%, but still, he is the most picked and banned hero throughout every single qual, so pretty strong showing from him. And right now, Boom just looking to protect the egg. They ban out all the good egg hitters, pretty much. Medusa is still available in the pool, which, seeing as how TNC have Nyx, might not be a bad idea for them to follow up with that, but probably going to need to figure out something to attack a Supernova. They go with the Spectre.
Yeah, I mean, we see Dreamer Soul playing Medusa quite a bit over the qualifiers and even before that. So I think the Medusa is actually quite a viable pick here. Into the Spectre, you can close the gap pretty easily with Horn and Shadow Step later on, so maybe it could be that Spectre could be a cause of concern if you wanted that Medusa pickup. I think Boom might still just go for it, honestly. It's just one of those comforts for Dreamer Soul that he just does well on. And I think against TNC, you kind of want to drag them into the mud, right? You want to take it to the ultra late game. You want to put that pressure on. You want to get them tired. Not like they will guaranteed get tired. But you get my point. You want to kind of make it a very, very hard game for them. So I wouldn't be surprised if Boom want to kind of go down that route. I think that's a pretty decent prediction from Sir.
They pick up FBZ's hero, they get their hands on the Tide, which already makes life a little bit unpleasant for the Spectre, and well, I guess we'll have to see where this Nyx Assassin goes, because if it's a double melee, Nyx Assassin supporting a Spectre, then Tide's gonna have a free lane.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to kind of bully that Tide out. I think they've kind of shaked it up here, though. Looks like we're going to get the Boomy Winter Wyvern Tims on the Nyx, so that's a bit more manageable. You have some good range to harass out. Decent slows coming through from TNC as well. And they've got a way to kind of break off that team fight. Winter's Curse is pretty darn big. They've got their own sustain to play with here to counteract that Sunray. Boom go back into the Terrorblade instead of that Deucey we were talking about. I think this is pretty safe. There's a lot of burst, though, from TNC. Nyx with Vendetta, Leshrac with the magic damage, and the Winter Wyvern, you're already dealing with a way to kind of refocus that Terrorblade's damage. So this is a confident pick from Boom in terms of finding that big win condition, but it's not the easiest Terrorblade game. They're going to have to pull out a much stronger performance with that Terrorblade compared to game 1.
Dude, if they get an egg hitter on TNC, then I think you got everything that you're happy for on TNC. You got Leshrac plus Wyvern, which is, I've mentioned it on earlier panels, my favorite pairing for Wyvern, just because you're able to still deal damage while Cold Embrace. You've got heals for the Spectre. You've got Nyx Assassin, who, while not the greatest win rate, is still an incredibly popular hero. If they could maybe get like a Bach Legion Commander, or someone who can hit an egg, then I think you're in good shape right now as TNC, whereas Boom, I feel like they've still got some gaps that they need to fill. They need to have some damage to put into a Cold Embrace. Terrorblade's a great hero, but he's all physical, and sure, Finger's nice magic burst, but if they could get maybe like a Lina on Boom or some other magic burst that can kill someone inside of a Cold Embrace, that would be great.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. I mean, they could also do the same on TNC, right? Like, they could throw the Leshrac in the off lane and go for the Armil Lina, which he does play very well, and I think that may be the case. The LC, again, like you pointed out, pretty decent option as well, but maybe the value just... the value's there. You're against the Lion, so there's a lot of value in that Purge. Yeah, I think I'm kind of wondering what Makoto goes for now in that mid lane. Like, how are you going to make the space for Dream Missile? You're not going to go back into this Wind Ranger pick, so what else do you want? Like, do you want like a bit greedy? You want to go a bit greedier like a Storm Spirit for Makoto? Do you want to go for the TA pickup yourself? Will there be enough space in the jungle for a TA pickup is what I'm kind of wondering. Because Boom will go for these ultra greedy drafts if they feel like they can make it work. And I think against this kind of Spectre lineup, you may be able to do so. The only concern I have is this Leshrac will again be able to push down these tier 1s very, very quick and open up the map for TNC. So I'm very curious now for Boom as to what this mid lane is going to be.
We talked about it earlier, but I wouldn't mind seeing Makoto on the Doom. It's not like a typical playmaker or whatever, but still, I think you need to come up with an answer for the Spectre.
Yeah, I mean, down the line, you're going to have that break option with the Ag, so could be really good. Steady farm rate as well, even without full jungle access. As long as you play with your Devourer, you're pretty much set to still keep that steady ramp up. The lane might feel a bit awkward, like Leshrac can certainly bully you out. Your added armor is great, but Leshrac will trade hits mainly with magic damage and can probably access the jungle a bit easier as well. So that's just one thing to worry about, but that's really the only kind of mid left, unless they go for that Lina mentioned earlier. That could be a good compromise as well. Invoker instead, so Invoker Tide. Cataclysm with Ravage down the line. They've got Alacrity to buff up this Terrorblade. They have some way of getting some damage off on the Cold Embrace, at the least with the Invoker here. So kind of ties in, and this is something Mikato performs really well on. I think it's one of the heroes that Boom drafts when their backs are against the wall. We've seen them kind of one game down before draft the Invoker at the end and hope for the best. So we'll see if they're really going to pull off that confidence here. And TNC, they've got last pick overall. They can still flex that Leshrac for a better lane if they feel they need to.
Yeah.
It goes back to that Lina pick, right? Like, can you still just go Lesh off? Like, Lina would do really well against Invoker. Answers the Phoenix Egg question. Just depends on whether Armel wants it. Even against the TB, it's quite decent. So, it just depends on whether they want to flex the Leshrac.
If they're keeping the Lesh mid, some other Bach options. He played a little bit of Bloodseeker back in the DPC. Hasn't seen it too much, if at all, during these qualifiers. But They pick up a Doom.
Ooh.
Select your hero.
Who's going
Alright.
where? Let's see. Who's Bach is going to be playing the offlane Leshrac.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Armel Doom, we've seen that way before. Like, there was a time when, the time when Doom mid was more common as well, outside of this moment. We did see that a couple of times. I think it's a solid way of getting that done. And they've got really good lockdown and really good control to deal with some of the heroes coming out from Boom. Mid matchup, you can kind of still hold it as a Doom. It's still very hard to harass out, so you're still going to get that steady build up. It's not an egg hitter as you'd expect it to be. It's going to be a bit tougher to break off from behind, but I think they're kind of focusing more on Tims to deal with that. Like, if the egg can't get in a good spot, if you can just lock him in with the Spike Carapace first, Egg's not going to come out if he dies first. So I think that might be the mindset TNC has. It's looking like a better draft from both sides compared to game one. I think for Boom, it's a little bit better, most for sure. But I think TNC, they look pretty good here with what they have on hand.
Yeah, it's a little bit better from Boom, but I think it's a lot better from TNC, because even with this last pick Invoker, you picked it into a Nyx Assassin. So forget about even getting doomed. I don't even know if you're going to have enough mana in team fights to be a valuable contribution, but if they do manage to get that Ravage into Cataclysm like you said, Mike, then the team fight from Boom looks terrifying.
It's going to be very scary, and I do agree with you both. I think Boom did come out with a slightly better draft this time around. I think Boom might take this game too. I mean, I know TNC's been looking very, very clean. I do like a TB into Spectre. Alacrity on top as well from Makoto is going to be quite nice. You've got the sustain from Hyde. No egg hitters, you talked about that. The double Cataclysm into later on, double Cataclysm with a Refresher into a Ravage. I don't know. I think they've got the tools, and I don't think TNC can really apply that early game pressure that they did last game. So I think Boom has a much better chance of at least having a fairer game is how I want to kind of word it. So I don't know. I'm kind of predicting here that Boom might take game 2.
Let's hope it's the case. It's the last day of Southeast Asian qualifiers. It would be a real counterintuitive thing if we had a whole bunch of 2-1s at the beginning, and then all of a sudden we ended with 2-0, but still need to figure out if Boom has what it takes in game number 2. Mike and John, take it away.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. We are back for game number 2 of this lower bracket final between TNC Predator and, of course, Boom Esports. John, you were talking about how clean TNC is looking. I would have to agree. There's no doubting that. Did they come out with the better draft, though? Give me that answer.
I'd say so. I think the Nyx opener just ruins what the Phoenix wants to do. It ruins the Invoker last pick here from Boom. It's just very difficult to play these two heroes into the Nyx. They've got quick pace coming out from Bach, so the Spectre might take it a bit slower, but even, say, with an Echo Saber build-up, Gabby can join in a lot faster. But you have the push coming out for the Edict. You've got Stable ramping up on your Doom. He doesn't necessarily eat all the space in the world to get his farm timings, and that should still leave enough room for Gabby to hit that pace he wants to. For Boom's part, it's just so tough. Like, Hyde has to play perfectly on that Phoenix to not get caught out by Nyx, and Mikado's going to have to watch himself as well. Very interesting time to pause, as there is a rotation here from TNC.
Some setting issues, though. Seems like FBZ just might need to change a couple hotkeys over. Yeah, I mean, Makoto, he's going to see the side of TNC wrapping around now. I mean, I don't think they're going to be able to kill him anyway. He's right next to the tier 1 tower, so they're not going to go for the dive. More interestingly, though, John, Makoto, he goes for the level 1 Wex into the EMP. Which is something we don't get to see quite as often with these Invokers, but that's what he's gone for. I suppose if you're going up against this Doom, it is much easier to land the EMP, so that you do have that kind of added bonus, and it does also allow you to secure the range creep a lot easier. It does have a mana pool. Do you like this kind of skill build-up?
It's a shift. I think they're maybe just looking to, again, as you mentioned, stop the Devour spam early on. So once you get, say, 2 EMP uses, that should be pretty much the entire pool of Doom gone. So you can maybe get 1 Devour off. He's going to have to commit his bottle a bit earlier, just trying to slow down that farm to Doom. I don't think it's going to make that massive of a difference for Armel, unless he really just cops it every single time. I think you should still be pretty okay with that, and I think both of these mids will hit level 2 relatively soon anyway, so that should correct itself for Mikado after a wave and a half. Not going to hurt him too much in case this doesn't pan out.
See how it works out. We are looking at the mid lane now, and of course Armel and Makoto are going to go out at I suppose, all that aside, you'd imagine Armel should have a pretty decent advantage on the Doom. Like, we've seen Doom mid so many times, and it just feels impossible to slow the initial farm down.
Yeah, it's just really hard to zone him out now. Like, he's got really good armor, he's got decent regen on hand, he can run you down with some really good right clicks as well, and Devour just allows you to keep flash farming that range creep. So Mikado's not going to have that play to deny the range creep, to kind of drag it low. Armel's almost always going to have the opportunity to just immediately blast it away, and that does mean that it's harder for Mikado to look for that EXP advantage.
Kescud, he's being body blocked right now. He'll get a nice Earth Spike off. Is it going to be enough? The stick charges will allow him to walk away with 25 HP. Tims, he was even having another gander. In fact, he's looking for an impel, and he does land it into the split Earth of Bok. Now Dreamer Cell, the one in danger. They're not going to kill him off. They couldn't quite get there, but they will force the regen. And that was the only salve Kescud had, so he's going to have to slowly heal up with the Tangos. But I love the pressure that TNC's already applying.
And this lane for Boom doesn't get any easier. Leshrac versus TV, you've got the range advantage. As long as Metamorphosis is down, you're going to win out in the harassment, of course. Dream Assault's going to have to think twice about when he pops Meta, as even in that form, you run the risk of just burning the true Nat spells on Lesh. And Tims is doing a good job of just keeping Kescud focused on himself. So you're not getting the Lion trying to go for Earth Spike plays, looking for the mana drain to slow this down. The reflection is pretty annoying, as we have seen in laning throughout many times, but it's not enough to really give Dreamwhistle the space he needs to really just AFK farm here.
Right. Let's have a look at the last lane we haven't talked about yet, John. The bot lane, where you'll see Gabby and Boomy against FBZ and Hyde. Tsunami made a really good point in saying that this Spectre, it's not going to have the most fun in this laning phase up against the Tide Hunter. And I'd say Gabby's doing a pretty decent job considering the matchup. I don't think there's too much Boomy can do apart from just kind of keeping him alive in this lane. Gabby, yeah, he's still CSing just fine. Definitely a bit slower than he's used to, but I suppose that matchup does make it very difficult.
Yeah, you just can't sit back and farm. You'd probably have to play around with the daggers just a bit. Boomy is not really going to have too many opportunities to go for aggression. Like, there is slow stacking with the Arctic Burn and the Spectral Dagger, but a Tide is fairly tanky, so you can't commit onto FBZ in that sense. And Hyde's doing a good job of just spacing out, playing tag with Boomy as well, so both pause 4, pause 5 from each side, kind of playing tag nice. And Dream Whistle, though.
Dream Assault going to be in a spot of danger top lane. He's going to try and fight with the meta, but I don't think he can really do this. Bok is just standing his ground. Earth Spike out from Kescud. He might be able to trade, but no. He needed one more hit, and Tims, he's going to chase him down. In fact, Bok, he's going to come back in. He has another lightning strike in Kescud. We'll just get dived, but another big Ravager. Kescud, he tries to turn it. He might get Tims, and he does. Bok, be careful, sir. Dream Assault's coming back. Reflection's there. It will connect the Bok. He should be able to survive through this on 3 HP. 3 HP Bok walks away on.
You know what this is, Mike? It's a lesson to everyone. If you're playing a game of Dota, always have at least a stick. And that was 2 stick charges. Well, 1 charges for Bok. That did manage to give him that burst HP. You never know if it'll save your life. So you've seen it. It's the MVP for this lane on both sides. Unfortunately, TNC does win out, so Boom is going to have to cut their losses there a bit. Really think about that aggression, because Dreamwhistle died with Metamorphosis. So now he's standing in lane, melee form, can't really clear out the wave as fast as he'd want to. Once Bok comes in fully refreshed, they land 1 stun, they follow up with another, the magic damage will burn right through. It's not a fun TV lane once you're isolated like that.
Oh, Hyde. The 2 birds kind of just fighting each other right now. Hyde, he does not have his Icarus dive, but he has the spirits. It will prove to be enough to get away from Boomy. Boomy, he has scouted out the stacking that is going on in this triangle, and he'll get a sentry ward down to block the Ancients now. So you do have the double stack. You're not going to be able to get it much further unless you get the D ward out. Meanwhile, top lane Tims, he was in a bit of trouble, but he's going to walk away. He's just fine.
Yeah, it's just constant pressure, kind of posturing from both sides here, especially around the pause 1s. The pause 4s are doing a great job of just keeping track of that jungle usage. I think overall this pace is still feeling pretty good for TNC. Boom, they're finding some of that early start. Overall, the farm's pretty even. They lost their Terrorblade once already, and they're not really getting as much stacks because of those preemptive wards. They did manage to get the D ward off from Hyde, so they do manage to at least free up the Ancient Camp again, but they're going to need to really invest here, and we need to see Hyde kind of replicate what Boomy did last time around with the stacks. He is getting that done, although it's down mid.
Yeah, EMP out. Mel is going to have all his mana drained, and Tim's going to show up. They're going to try and go after Makoto. A nice impale, but there'll be no follow-up. And it's just being a little bit annoying on that Nyx Assassin. Kescute now going to try and race for the bounty rune. They don't want to give the full bottle back to Armel. And Kescute does pick it up. Tims, he'll go for a chase. It's not going to really amount to a kill unless Bok wants to rotate, and he does not. More than happy to keep his own farm up. A lot of action across the map, and they are definitely very focused on making the game extremely annoying for Armel. As top lane, they're going to have a go again. Bok trying to fight here with Dreamer Cell. Oh, the Pulse Nova is bringing them low. Dreamer Cell, he's going to die again. Kescute, he's going to try and run, but they're on the chase. They have that Lightning Storm, but they can't get in range to connect it. Still Tims, he's trying to be a little bit sneaky. Kescute has salved up just fine. Dreamer Cell going down, though. That's not going to feel great for the side of Boom Esports.
It really isn't. Like, he's had such a tough lane. He's not really able to get much from that. Like, he dies, it's not even creating space for other lanes. It's just him dead. And every single time that happens, your Spectre feels a lot better, even though Gabby's lane has been a bit slow in terms of CS. He hasn't died. And that does give the Spectre a slight edge in keeping that farm up. Ideally, I think the Terrorblade should be ahead in farm. Considering that you've got Metamorphosis, you can go into the jungle a lot quicker than Spectre. Not quite happening yet for Boom. So this equal pacing is feeling a lot better for TNC. Like, investing so much in slowing down Armel is one thing, but it's a Doom. He's still going to devour. He's still going to get that bonus gold. I think you have to set your eyes elsewhere for Boom's end if they want to slow TNC. It's not about slowing the Doom down. You have to maybe consider just beefing up the lane of Dreamocell or just protecting his jungler or something. Just anything else but dying twice.
Absolutely. And I suppose with the Invoker, though, it's quite hard to rotate. Especially with the Qualifiers build, you can certainly rotate over and try to help out, but depends where he is. And Dreamocell, he hasn't been too close to the tier 1 tower every time he has gone down. It is at least allowing FBZ and Makoto to have a pretty good game. Both of them pretty big in net worth right now. Dreamocell, the only one kind of lacking at the moment. But he's got plenty of time to catch up, though I say that. Bok, he's going to get started on the tier 1 tower, and they found a target. They have got Kescute. Makoto this time with a DD rune, he's going to rotate and try to get something done for his team, but the Spike Carapace is going to kick in. He can't chase Tims down. All he can do is drain the mana of the Nyx Assassin, and Bok's going to give him the mana back anyway.
And because you rotate top, mid's free, Armel just gets to AFK farm once more. They did manage to TP Hyde around to soak just a bit, but he's forced to fight over the rune. He doesn't even find it. Boomy snags it away, so all these small wins for TNC are starting to line up. 4-1, 9 minutes in, 1k lead starting to ramp up here for TNC. Armel Midas just about to be finished up. In fact, it's pretty much done. So his farm is just going to continue to build in. He's going to hit that spike into the blink quite soon. He's going to have the level in Doom by the time he hits 9 or 10. And Boom have to be ready for that. Like, they're sitting on the tide with Hood of Defiance in comparison. He could play for a Ravage, but it just feels like our heroes aren't ready. Like, if you throw the Ravage out, you don't have Egg, because Hyde's still level 3. You don't have Finger for Burst. Your Invoker can throw a couple of spells, but they're not close to their max potency yet. So their spikes in terms of what they want to do on the map right now aren't lined up on Boom, and TNC can start to look to set that pace relatively sooner.
But they can. A bit of a farming game going on between these two, just 4-1 at the 10-minute mark. Be a bit of action in that mid lane though. Boomy, he's been caught out by the Tornado and EMP. He gets the Cold Embrace out. That's about all he can do. He should be able to chase him down and secure the kill. And does he the Fairy Fire? Couple uphill misses, but it won't matter. Kodo does eventually secure the kill. Nobody really able to help out. Boomy is now top lane. They are diving. They've got Fok, who actually went for the dive. Now a Haunt in. Gabby, he's thinking about trying to help out. The Ravage is there though. FBZ, he really wants to kill. Fok is still running away, however. They don't have enough mana for the gush. They can't slow him down. Tornado, it's barely going to clip onto Bok, but he's still alive. 30 HP. The earn out now with the cold snap will be enough, but at what cost? They've lost Kescute. Gabby's in. He wants more. He wants FBZ. Get the revenge for his team. His fallen comrade. He'll get another. Crack the watermelon. Get the delicious juice out of it. Now ask yourself, John, is it worth it? POS 3 trades plus a POS 4, or rather POS 5, doesn't seem that great for Boom.
And it's not just that, but they also lose their tower. So that entire rotation to defend the top tier 1 doesn't even defend that top tier 1. Their jungle's a bit more exposed. TNC managed to get the push they're looking for with Lush. And for Bok, it's a reset. He TP's mid. He can start pressuring that mid tier 1 now. With the siege creep on hand, with Edict at level 4, they're going to have to try again for that defense, but they don't have Ravage.
This is a big kill. Gabby's in big trouble. No mana to play with. He's got a couple stick charges, but he will not be able to expend them. That's a very nice pick off there from Makoto. And Hyde. For TNC, they are indeed setting up for that mid-tier 1 tower, and Bok, he does have the level 4 Edict ready to go with the siege creep. But never mind the siege creep, it does go down. And BZ will be chased by Bok. Sims, Impel off the mark. EMP's there as well. Bok still trying to find a target. Can't find anyone. In fact, Makoto now turning back around, does catch up Boomy. With the Spirit Vessel, they'll be able to get through the Cold Embrace. You can see they've got to be a little bit wary of giving kills away. In fact, Armel, that would be a huge kill again. They get the Cold Snap, they get the Spirit Vessel. Armel, he's going to try and run. He has the Doom up, but he does not want to use it like this. He'll try to Fairy Fire, but it is no way he is getting out of this. Boom Esports starting to get very aggressive as Tim's now. He's going to find Kescute, gets the Impale off. They should have enough damage onto Kescute. He tries to make a run. Stick charges, no. Kescute, he's going to walk out. Tornado again, Bok now. He's out of mana. They'll Cold Embrace him up, but he is completely surrounded. You've got the curse there, but nobody is around FBZ and Bok. He has nowhere to go. Makoto on this Invoker, John, 3-0-3 already. Just so impactful. Once we pass that 10-minute mark, this is what you wanted to see last game.
Yeah, he's just got so much more to do. This Spirit Vessel is really breaking up TNC's sustain. Like, they can't rely on the Cold Embrace. They have no Dispels on hand here on TNC's end. You're probably going to want to rush something like a Lotus Orb down the line, maybe a couple of ults on your cores just to prevent that constant tick from the Invoker, and they get good punishment out on Boom. This time around, they hold onto that mid-tier 1. It only has 244 HP, but they've stalled it long enough that FBZ will have Ravage come that next defense, so they can actually throw their bodies forward for this one. They do have to worry about a couple of things. Armel has his Blink up. He's got Doom ready. They do smoke up with that timing here on TNC.
TNC. Now look at that mid-tier 1 tower. This time with Boom, keep FBZ in that mid-tier 1. Just make sure he keeps defending. He's also got that Blink Dagger on the way, so they're going to have some nice team fight. But TNC, they go into the Dire Triangle instead. They found Dreamer Cell. They can't lock him down. Now, Boom, they might be able to kind of reinitiate here. As FBZ, he does now have the Blink. They got to go mid lane. They found Bok. Tornado out. EMP to drain all the mana of this Leshrac, and there is no way he gets out of this. Another great kill setup by Boom Esports and TNC. They keep trying. They are not getting the reward they're looking for out of Boom Esports.
And you have to admire some of this warding as well from Boom. They have good ramp wards. They had enough game sense to know something was up for Dream Assault to back off in that jungle. So they're still not able to use Doom. They're going to be able to counter pressure now onto that mid. Metamorphosis ready on Dream Assault with the Dragon Lance. They could look to take this tier 1, so once they trade this away, I think they're going to be a lot more open to just giving their own mid-tier 1 and kind of just trade, because it's so low. So this is the best situation for Boom if they're allowed to do it, but they are kind of holding back. Again, they've got Ravage Egg here in Boom. They could force that bigger fight.
They haven't shown that blink off either. FBZ, They might see it now. See, they know they're going to be wary as there's your cold snap, Spirit Vessel again, Tim's. Gonna drop the half HP, but we'll be alright as now Winter's Curse is there to try and set up. They'll get the Doom out, but FBZ, he jumped into the Curse. A big Ravage though, but Dreamercell has already forfeited his life as the egg, Armel, he will drop to the finger of Kezcute. It does seem like it might be just a more worthwhile kind of kill here for the side of TNC. A very even kind of trade, but got the better gold exchange. It was Boom Esports. They found an extra one. Gabby, that's a massive kill. Chaos Meteor out. They try to cold embrace him. Tornado was there. Looks like Gabby really has no way out as the EMP. No, surely not. He will go down. And now Bok, he tried to help. It's the Save Your Friend syndrome that might cost you. They'll chase him down. They really want this kill on the left track. And they should be able to get it as Makoto. He's not backing off. He'll take the kill. Now, can he get himself out? As more TPs are coming in, he'll TP out of there. And they won't be able to cancel it off. Just TP.
Oh, yeah, just like that. TNC, Gabby, he played so greedy for that rune. Like, he didn't need a double damage rune right then. He didn't have Haunt to make use of it. He still decided to run in, not respecting the rest of the living heroes on Boom. They only killed 1 for 1 at the start of that fight, and he felt maybe he got it in his head that he was that strong, or the rest of the team retreated, but he doesn't respect Boom enough. Boom gets a good punishment off, and again, it's just a lot of back and forth aggression. I think if you were TNC, you got that kill in the Terrorblade, you forced out Ravage Egg. I think you pulled back there, reset a bit, wait for the Doom respawn, then go in, right? Because you'd have Doom up. Well, you wouldn't have Doom up, but there's no Ravage Egg to worry about. Winter's Curse is a lower cooldown. You can scout ahead with a Vendetta. They just got a bit too hasty on Gabby and just falls apart. So now Boom's going to have enough time to wait for that egg, Ravage in half a minute. That window of opportunity for TNC has kind of disappeared.
Tim's trying to hide. Nice Icarus dive away though. He had the Sentry Ward to give vision. TNT, they might have to just sit back and try to secure a bit more farmers. This 2k net worth deficit, a little bit annoying to play into, and you kind of already pointed it out, but Gabby, he's just not really farmed enough to really get involved in these fights quite yet. Maybe once the Manta's up, he can think about it. It does become very hard with Boom, especially with this Invoker that's just been just really disruptive in these fights with these Tornado EMPs. It never feels like anyone's got mana on the side of TNC. Every time the team fight begins, they just always run out due to the EMP. Boom now, again grouped up in that mid lane. Maybe just getting prepped for that T1 tower defense. But no, instead, they're going to head down bot. Makoto in the Ghost Walk. Armel, he's going to get right into FBZ. Nice blink. He does follow him down. Armel, he knows they're all there. He's going to make a run, but the Tornado is going to connect. They have the Ravage if they need it, but they don't need it. They've got him stuck in the tree line. They'll take him down. Unstoppable spree for Makoto. 6-0-5 already.
He's doing God's work on that Invoker. Just getting down to this really quick Spirit Vessel timing and then into his movement across the map. He's bought so much space out for Boom to really get this farm game started on Dreamercell. Even FBZ's managing to at least stay ahead of the Spectre, trade back and forth with the Spectre. Really good spot for Boom to be in. And they can now start to think about scaling, because Mikado went for a late Midas. He's going into the BKB next. They can keep focusing for down the line. Once more levels are up, they can look for their Cataclysm combo with the Ags. And that's when it gets really dicey here for TNC. TNC still needs more items to be up. Tims is going to have a blink soon. So you're going to have follow-up on the Doom initiation. You're going to have a Nyx able to jump in as well. Interesting choice of the blink. I think for the most part, we've been seeing Nyx's rush Ags. So it looks like Tims feels like he needs to be able to jump more than have that utility with his spell kit that the Ags provides and the damage reduction. We'll see if it will pay off eventually. I think you're still within a zone where it's perfectly playable here for both teams. They just need to stall for that Spectre. Gabby's at least close enough to the Manta. As you mentioned, this could be the point where the Haunt's a bit more impactful with the additional illusions. They just need to hold out for a little bit more of that gold. And if they do commit, They have to somehow split up the Tide and Phoenix. Can't allow that Ravage Egg combo to go off in the middle.
Yeah. I think the blink does make enough sense on Tim's, right? Because we haven't seen a great initiation yet from TNC. That they may have been trying to rely on Armel with the blink in and the stomp and get the Doom out, but that just hasn't happened. Makoto's made it very hard for anyone to blink in this game with all these tornadoes and the Spirit Vessels and the Cold Snaps. So I kind of like the fact that they've got a secondary option now with this Nyx Assassin. He won't have to rely on the Vendetta to try and sneak his way into a team fight, but rather he could just blink in for a big impale. We'll see if it does pan out. TNT, they will smoke up. Trying to go for a big blink reveal on Tim's. You've also got the BKB now up on Armel. 9-second charge available on that Doom. Some big timings, and in fact, they have found a target. It will be Kescute on the line. It's not the biggest target in the world, but it's a nice way to start. With that kill, they might be able to rotate into the mid lane and take the T1 tower, or go for a Roshan if they think they can take it fast enough.
Yeah, looks like they're going to commit. They can get some good damage off. I mean, with a Manta at the very least, Gabby can just kind of do it by himself. See that Rush slowly melt. Boom. Well, they've got Ravage Egg. This could actually be a pretty good fight for them if they figure this out and they get the scan off.
I believe they do know. Sunstrike going to get a bit of vision, helping out with the Roshan, but Gabby, he's not going to stick around. You've got Kescute coming back up now. There's plenty of time for Boom to try and counter this Rosh. Instead, TNC, they're going to leave it at half HP. Gabby's got the Haunt if he needs to kind of rejoin that top side of the map anyway, so not too big of a deal for him. Meanwhile, though, looks like the rest of Boom Esports, they're going to smoke up now. Where are they headed, though? Strewn up Makoto. Wouldn't mind starting with Bok, but they may opt for Gabby if they see him, and they know the dagger was out. They really want the Spectre. Looks like they're going to change their mind, go back through the mid lane to find the rest of the TNC squad. In the triangle, as they do now walk back into the mid lane, Tim's going to break the smoke with the Vendetta, gets a bit of vision out onto Hyde. Sentries are down. Now they dust him up, and he blinks out. Ravage though, FBZ, he's got 3 targets. Can they fight with this? Sunray's there as well. They've got a Ravage, but a big Winter's Curse. It's only going to be onto 2 heroes, though. They've already lost Armel's Dreamer's Soul now. He wants a bit more. They'll go after Bok, but they won't have the lockdown. Or do they? FBZ, he'll keep going with the blink forward. Bok trying to salve up and run into the tree line and try to avoid getting vision, but FBZ, he's going to find him out. Bok, it looks like he is trapped. Probably will die, but Gabby, he's going to haunt in. Maybe they do go for the fight. Gabby, he does commit. All they'll find is Kescute.
Not worthwhile for TNC for sure. Boom managed to hold on to the egg in that engagement. They might be able to take out this top tier 1. They did force the BKB use for Mikado. So it's down to 8 seconds. Not the best use of that, but Haunt is a really long cooldown to commit just for a Lion. Although, Primo Cell.
Got the Lincoln Sphere up as well. You like that Lincoln Sphere pickup as well, right? Like against the Doom, against the Winter's Curse. It's a nice pickup here from Dreamer Soul, and I mean, apart from that mana drain from Tim's, you don't really have much in the way of breaking that Lincoln Sphere. TNC, back into the Roshan pit again. Not to be dissuaded, but Hyde, he's going to check and he'll know. You don't have Ravage. Abby, and the rest of TNC maybe banking on that, but a big tornado and an MP out, but no Tims. He's in with the Impale. They finally found the Invoker, and Makoto, he's going to die for the first time, as now they go for even more. Hyde, Icarus dive out. Kescute, he can't dive out of there. He just needs to run as they drop the egg and Dreamer Cell. He'll wrap from the backside and try to help out, but he doesn't have the meta. How's he going to fight this one out? They've even lost FBZ on the backside. Dreamer Cell, he needs to probably run now as the rest of TNC come back in. Armel with the stomp out has caught Hyde on the Phoenix, and they will get a 4th hero. Boom, they get a little bit overly excited. 4 kills away to TNC and probably Roshan.
That's a really good turnaround there from TNC. Finally finding a good fight. Boom has been on point with their positioning beforehand, but this time around, Egg not the most impactful. Ravage wasn't there to really secure better positions for the egg, so they were forced to fight while their one big spell was on cooldown, and again, just a bit too forward there on Mikado. That was a huge kill. I think it was worth around 599 on that kill alone. It gives him a lot more, but looks like Boom's not dissuaded. Mikado's immediately hunting.
Tornado going to be off the mark. Nice little attempt there by Makoto, but not going to land this time around. 1k net worth lead is what Boom is left with. Dreamer Soul, he's still just super farmed up. That 3k ahead of Gabby at the moment. I think once you have that Eye of Skadi up on Dreamer Soul, you really want to start forcing the fights, but the same goes for Gabby. His own Eye of Skadi coming out very, very soon. Gonna cause a few issues here for Boom, as it will tank up the Spectre quite a bit, but even the heal reduction gonna be very nice. Both teams again gonna kind of respect each other. The potential of losing the next team fight. They'll leave each other be, try to get those tier 2 towers on opposing lanes. I say that. Boom, be careful, Tim's looking for an initiation, but does not have the blink up. Fox gonna TP down as well, but it's only 2 there. Good Earth will land. They've got Dreamer Cell. Lincoln's will be broken, but he does back off. Don't forget, they have the Ravage. They have the meta. They might reinitiate if they find the opening. Won't see enough of TNC. TNC immediately the aggressors. They want to smoke up. Try to go for a surprise fight. In fact, look at the line being drawn out. Towards the top lane, right back to Dreamer Cell, is where it appears that TNC want to go. It's a long run up. They should be able to make it in time before that smoke wears off. Unless they go mid lane instead, where FBZ is going to get scouted for a second.
Oh, nice
scan out from Boom. Catch them in the act. Dreamer Cell, he's out of it.
Gets to play safe, TNC. It's a lot of time committed. They walk literally all across the map from bot to top, and they don't find a kill. So this is some good dodging coming out from Boom, good game sense. They do manage to finish that Scotty you mentioned earlier on. Healing reduction, as important for Boom as it is for TNC. The Cold Embrace has not felt great already with a Spirit Vessel. Now even your Terrorblades can slow that down further. Not going to feel good for TNC. They don't have any big dispels on hand yet as well, beyond a couple of BKBs and Mantis. So I believe Bach is going to be the most vulnerable if his BKB fades. And that is going to cause issues. Just, you really do want to drag these fights out. With that Cold Embrace, just a bit more complicated with that. Gabby is isolated in bot.
Gabby, he's by himself right now, but do they have the Earth Spike? Yeah, they do. Into the Chaos Meteor and Dreamer Cell. He's got a DD rune. He's been blocked off by Hyde, but it may not matter because they've got the Aegis down, and they certainly want the secondary life of the egg. He's going to be committed. There's your Ravage out. FBZ, he's playing no games. They will burst down Gabby. And the rest of TNC, Armel and Boomy, they did not have TPs.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty painful there for TNC. Tier 2 falls. Really odd position for Gabby. His entire team just walked up towards top. They didn't find anything from bot. He didn't realize they would probably swing around that area. They did not have information. Now they're high ground to lose siege.
Boss is going to try and defend another nice Earth Spike and FBZ in again, forcing the BKB charge out. Cold Embrace, or rather Winter's Curse, that'll be Kescute's death. It looks like without the line, they do not want to continue. They do get some nice damage out into that tier 3 bottom tower, and you can kind of feel the confidence out of Boom Esports as they rush the high ground. Just a couple of small mistakes are costing them this game. They've got to be very careful. They would have loved a 2-0, but Boom Esports, they are not going to make it that easy.
And they're so farmed up in Dreamo Cell. He's at 20k net worth. Armel on the Doom is at 17. He's lagging behind by 3k. He's got the Devour. He's got the Midas. He's just not really able to keep up with that Terrorblade. They haven't also had the best uses of Doom in a while. They're just not able to look for those 1 kills they want. They really need to start hunting better, and they need to transition at their objectives.
They go on to FBZ. That's how they get the team fight started, but he's a very tanky target. He'll go for a run. Can he make it out? The backside, they got Makoto. He'll BKB up and try to run, and he will make it out. The Deafening Blast is there. They'll doom him up. It looks like Makoto still being kind of blocked here by Hyde. Rather running into Hyde.
Oh,
Thunder is out. They save him. Very close call there from Makoto. He does get saved in the end. He will lose Kescu. It's about all they lost, so really, again, not too bad of a deal here for Boom.
Yeah, Boom, they're just playing really well right now. They managed to keep themselves gapped out enough. TNC aren't finding the best targets. If they try to jump FBZ, he's too tanky, so they can only really kill off the Lion. And for Boom's part, well, they're going to have Ravage up soon, so TNC, they will not look for this fight. At least they shouldn't.
Got the vision, Makoto from the backside. FBZ, he's low on mana. He doesn't have enough of the Ravage yet, but he's slowly moving his way in. Can they find a target? They've lost Bok. Gabby gonna try and TP, and they will not be able to stop the TP. Instead, they'll just catch Boomy. They might even get another. They've caught Tims on that Nyx Assassin. Both supports being caught. However, there's a Witness Curse out. Is it gonna be enough to kill Hyde? Not quite. Dreamer Cell. Another Sunder out to protect his supports. God, I wish my TBs were like this, John. You'd never see that in the SCA server in the pub games.
No, definitely not. Very self-sacrificing sort of TB play, just constantly keeping everyone alive on Dream Assault's end. And TNC, again, they're just not finding these fights. They run in one by one, they don't really get the pickoffs. Now their high ground's once more going to be under threat as Metamorphosis is up. Without Winter's Curse, this team fight's really hard to pull off. A haunt to swallow in half a minute cooldown.
Oh, Cascudi's in. He's got Bok. Armel gonna try and help with a stomp bounce. Still, they are aiming down the left track. FBZ, he has the Ravage. He's waiting for the right moment. Bok, they don't even need it. Dreamer Soul just right to work. That'll be one lane of barracks to drop. TNC, they may not be confident enough to try and defend without their off-lane Leshrak. Luckily for TNC, both T2 towers in the mid and top lane are still up. They can't go for another lane of rats. We'll at least get one for the side of Boom Esports, and all this influx of gold has allowed Dreamer Soul to get that big Daedalus up now. He's going to be hitting like an absolute truck.
Yeah, it's getting scary for TNC. They just haven't found a fight that they're comfy with. Every single time they're killing off Kescute. Doesn't matter when you kill off that line. Gabby still needs a lot more to farm. Hyde, though.
Oh, Tornado again from Makoto. Gonna save the day as Hyde will pop this BKB. Tims, he does have the Aeon Disc, and that's gonna save his own life. There it is, John. There's the combination.
Oh boy.
Aghanim Scepter's there. Cataclysm is now officially up for our Invoker. TNC, they have not seen it yet either. Boom, they might be able to surprise them. The Ravage is also up.
It's going to be a toughie for TNC. They just play around these team fights on Boom's end so well. And the next rush is a bit slow as well, so TNC can't sneak that. And it just gives Boom a lot more to play with. They've got the 3k lead, not overwhelming at half an hour in, but it's enough to have this terribly be a major threat. And I think for TNC, they're having trouble kind of just choosing a target. Like, ideally, I think you'd want to Doom either the TB or the Invoker, but every single time they do that, the rest of the lineup of TNC just kind of lag behind. They do have double Doom now, so they could look at Dooming up both the Terrorblade and the Invoker. And that would be like the ideal for TNC if like perfect execution and, you know, very poor spacing from Boom. But Boom are looking to be the aggressors first. They're smoked. They have that combination. The Catarav is ready to go.
Oh, Tims, he has the chance to break the smoke. FBZ not going to run into him either. They see the side of TNT in that mid lane. They know they're also smoked up, and they've got the high ground. A perfect scenario for Boom if TNT run into them, but they are running the other way. Back to the other high ground, but Boomy, he gets caught out. Keskun gets the Hex in. There's your Cataclysm. It'll blow up Boomy immediately as they haven't popped the Ravage. They doomed up the time, but it won't matter. Cell, he's already bursted down Armel. Gabby, he is tracked in the ice wall right now. Deafening blast down. They just have no chance. Cell's hitting way too hard on Brock. He's still trying to chase this line. We get to the high ground, but they know he's there. Another team wipeout. The only survivor gonna be the Nyx Assassin from Tims. Luckily for TNC, John, no Roshan yet. It's up in 25 seconds, though. They might have enough time.
Yeah, they can at least get... Well, honestly, they don't really have many respawns that short. Only the Winter Wyvern's gonna be up by the time Roche is up. Doom is down for 35, barely after, and the high ground's gonna be the priority here for Boom anyway. Figures no one's here to defend, there's no haunt. We know Doom's, the first Doom's down, so we can rip through another set of racks. And there's nothing they can do about this. There is a Winter's Curse on Boomy, but he needs follow-up. And that's where maybe the Ags build-up on the Nyx would have been better, because Tim's, he's really not lining up the shots with a blink. You saw that one blink reveal kill on Kescute, that's it. I think, looking at it now, I feel like I really would have preferred the Ags here, just so that they'd have this siege engine to defend their high ground as well. Better fights in Roche, better AoE control. Right now, they're just lacking so much on TNC that Boom, they've got this game by control. They're going to go into the Roshan, second Roche, Aegis Cheese, Ag Shard. And that is going to be big for Boom. And TNC, well, if they had Haunt, I think he'd be better off fighting here, but they really don't. TNC could try scouting, though.
Who they give the shard to? He's gonna... FBZ gets the cheese. But the shard's on Hyde. Makes enough sense. Why not have a supernova throughout the egg? It's quite good. Tim's. Scout out Makoto and FBZ. Doesn't really have any help around, and they don't have the haunt for another 5 seconds, but he is going to cancel this TP. That'll be enough for Tim's unless they can catch him. The Earthquake is there, Kescute. He gets there in the nick of time, and Tim's, he's going to regret that impel he threw out. He's going to go for a run. Oh, wait a minute, that is a nice juke spot for this creep wave. They won't leave him alone. He blinks to the north, Spike Herpes out, FBZ, he gets stunned up, but now they have the cold snap. They have the Spirit Vessel, and that is going to be enough. He has buyback though, so not the end of the world for Tim's.
Yep, so some space made, I guess, for TNC to retake their bot jungle, get some farm up, get some tier 4 items going their way. Boom. They've got a lot. Like, they've got the Ags up here in Dream Assault, so he does have that Terror Wave now for additional control and for, you know, 10-second Metamorphosis. It's going to be difficult for TNC on this defense. They do have Haunt, they've got Winter's Curse, they've got Doom, double Doom in fact with a refresh. They really just need to figure out how the heck to get into these fights.
Find out now, they're going to jump in. Armel, he's there, he breaks the link and gets the Doom out onto Dreamer Soul, a secondary Doom, who they aim for. They'll go after Makoto. Great targets here from Armel, but is it going to be enough? There's your air out, the Sunray. It's healing up Dreamer Soul, but he still will lose the first life, as now the Ravage comes in FBZ. Put the stop to all the fun for TNC. They burst it down too, and Gabby, he's going after Makoto. He hasn't finished the job, but it won't matter. He gets it done as Dreamer Cell. He pops a Terror Wave onto Armel. The Doom trying to run, but he's just so darn slow. Can they keep up with him? It doesn't seem like it. He'll blink away and make it out as Gabby from the backside now wants to go after FBZ and Hyde. But can they really keep this fight up? Hyde dropping low. There's your finger out. FBZ onto Buck. Meanwhile, they found Hyde on the Phoenix. They'll burst him down. It's going to be a man fight. Dreamer Cell and Gabby trying to fight it out. They'll go after Kescute instead, but there's FBZ interrupting this fight. Gabby, he's out of places to run. It looks like he is going to drop it. No, Armel, he's in with the stop. It might be enough, and it will be. Gabby's out of there. And they really snipe him. FBZ. He gets him with the gush. He has buyback on the Spectre. Gonna have to commit it, John.
This is a really bad spot for TNC. Like, Bach already committing that buyback early. They're only 1 racks away from Megas. They should be pretty much cleaned up by Boom. I don't think there's anything to stop them. Like, even without Metamorphosis and the Terror Wave, they've still got enough damage to slowly chip through. Ravage is a minute off. Egg, half a minute. So they can kind of just keep this wave shoved in and slowly go in, although Dream Assault.
Oh, everything just kind of missing. That Lincoln Spear going to work. Armel, another stun out, but there's your Hex now. A great Winter's Curse to turn it though. Boomy saving the day, and now Gabby, he's brought back. This could be the last ditch team fight of the Terror Wave. Gonna connect on every single hero on the side of TNC. Sunstrike is there. It won't land. Tim's gonna try and run. Spike Carapace, it will not be enough. They have at least run out of the meta, so maybe now Gabby, maybe he can make some magic happen. Armel jumps in, blinks right back out. Gabby, you'll have to go for the fight against Dreamer Soul. It's a 2-on-1 scenario. Dreamer Soul still going for the fight back though. Gabby, he's gonna have to kite out of the Sunder. Does fly out as well onto FBZ to give the reset. for Dreamer Cell. They haven't got the Megas yet. TNC, they are not out of this game. They do defend the high ground.
They barely hold on. No progress made on the racks, only the range racks really taking hits. However, that was Boom forcing a fight without Ravage, without Egg being quite up. So next time around, they will have that combination back in. TNC, their backs are the ones against the wall. They buy back on Gabby. There's no Roche to take to kind of give him some safety nets now. So it's going to be a slow game going forward. TNC, they don't have many resources, many areas to play on the map. Boom have all the control in the world here to do what they want. Heck, they're going to have even more items coming through as well. Refresh from FBZ, almost done. So once you've got the double Ravage on top of the Cataclysm coming through with the Egg, it's just way too much for TNC to deal with, and they're going to have to watch themselves. Boom, they're smoked up. They might run into the right targets here.
That they made. Oh, nice blink away. Armel, he'll avoid the Ravage. Instead, they're going to find Bok. No buyback on the left rack. Great start for Boom. Still don't have hide on the Phoenix, but it may not matter. We'll be up in 7 seconds to rejoin his team. Well, TNC, they've held high ground before with the disadvantage. They may be able to do it again here. Abby is still pretty big. Matter of whether he can take on Dreamer Cell. I'll wait out the Phoenix first. Don't forget, you don't have the Ravage now. FBZ, he does not have the Refresher Orb up yet. It's your meta, Dreamer Cell, he'll start getting to work. Mel just frontlining, and they need to jump in. Impel is there. They want to start with Dreamer Cell. The mute is no, the Doom. They do end up getting him. No, they don't. It was broken by the Lincolns. Dreamer Cell, he's going to be just fine as they try to go on the backside, but Gabby gets caught out, gets caught with his pants down. Oh, Mel trying to help out, but look at the damage output. He got the Doom off, but it does nothing. And that'll be a game number 3 for this lower bracket final as Boom Esports refused to bow out without a fight.
It's just such a great showing from Boom. They managed to make this Mikado Invoker work, and we talked about it in the draft, right? When they pick up this Invoker, that's when Boom's backs are against the wall and they want to bring out something special. They make it work really well. TNC, for their part, it went off a bit slower. I think you'd have to really look at the Bok Leshrac. The impact it had was less than we'd expect. So, I kind of want to see TNC shake it up as well, but props to Boom. We're going to game 3 here.
That's what we love to see. It is the lower bracket final after all, and there's just so much on the line. The last ticket to TI-10 for the SEA region. Who's going to make it to that grand final? We are going to head to a very short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with the panel to break down what happened in this game number 2.
Yo, let's go. Game number 3. Boom are not giving up. You were saying that Mikoto may have been Minato if he played that Templar Assassin. Here he's looking like pain on Invoker. That man was putting the team on his back. Seriously, stellar performance from Mikoto. And John, I would have been disappointed if he couldn't get a game 2 win out of that whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's that one thing with Boom. They pick Invoker at the end. When they feel threatened, they manage to really pull off a cleaner game. I think it's not just down to Mikado, but their execution was a lot better. They had these timings with Ravage Egg to play around. Much better teamfight execution coming through from them. For TNC's part, it's not completely outplaced. I think they had some weaknesses in the draft. I think I look at Box Leshrac, and it just felt like it had no impact. Like, he couldn't do what he wanted to as a Leshrac. They got some early tier 1s, but you saw the counter fight coming through from Boom. They held onto their mid tier 1 for a long time, and they couldn't shut down the map fast enough. And even though he found a couple of kills on Dreamocell in the laning phase, that was nice. Dreamocell was still farming up, so they didn't slow the pace down of Boom enough to really get that early advantage you want to get with Leshrac. Yeah,
and usually we see a fair amount of flex out of Leshrac, at least in other regions, but in Southeast Asia, I feel we rarely see safe lane Leshrac, we rarely see off lane Leshrac, and so maybe TNC were a little bit too creative with shifting it, but the Doom made sense. It's just maybe they should have let Doom be the off lane and let Armel pick up the Leshrac in the mid lane, because, I mean, if you're going up against Mikoto Invoker, you need to bring your A game in all the lanes, and he never even made it, Mike, to the refresher. He was going primarily defensive. He built the BKB, he built the Eon disc. This Invoker, even with such a self-preservation build, was still popping off in all these teamfights.
Yeah, he was just doing his job, right? Like, it was so much about just canceling the blinks in the team fight, never allowing a clean initiation on any of the heroes on the side of Boom Esports. So yeah, they weren't lacking damage in the end, right? Like Dreamer saw, he had the Daedalus and the TB. You would have loved to see the double Cataclysm, but I feel like the whole game, we only saw one Cataclysm. He didn't need it. They just didn't need the damage. The control was all that was necessary. And if you find a team that can't initiate, how do they win?
Yeah, and ideally that initiation comes from the Doom. He got the blink early on, but this after so much praise that I've given for late game Doom, and I saw the refresher come out, and I was like, oh snap, this might be when TNC make it back. But Boom, where they came into this game with a plan, and boy did they execute that plan. And now both teams, they are probably not thrilled that they need to go to 3 games because they have to play a BO5 versus FNATIC later. You don't want to show too many cards, but you want to at least make it to that grand final. You want to make it to game number 3, and I know you at home watching want to make it to game number 3. So we'll take a quick break, and when we return, we will close out the series of TNC versus Boom.
Tapped in. Lately my life had a fast man, but it's ass plan. Fight for my life with the brass hands, and I still ball with a bad hand. Got an aerial point of view, but they'll never see the big picture through zoom lens. In the quicksand, make it push start, type of Benz coupe with the tank plan. I'm back on my bender rolls for the kicks. They quick to give them 2 cents, but my circle tight like we glued hands. Like I don't believe in new friends. Tread light, I know the ice thin. I drop the song, get a few wins. I crave the comfort in my own skin. Really, I just wanna feel the world spin. If I check, watch me double that. I get it lit, I watch it bubble up. Remember opening for shows, never show, but I pulled through, I muscled up. Not a label one, fuck with us. I spin the paper, let them know what's up. I figured I was really onto something, cause jealous niggas give a subtle love. Crazy, they hella shaky on that really, but that's fake. Shit, see through the shade, shit, they so unstable. Done waiting, I'ma wanderlust, I'm really going it all the way to places. Never thought I'd take it all off the phrases, but I can't get no sleep. Landing in the weeks, life is bittersweet. I can't really explain it, but it's everything I need. At least for now, I think that everything might be alright, okay, yeah. I can't get no sleep. Landing in the weeks, life is bittersweet. I can't really explain it, but it's everything I need. At least for now, I think that everything might be alright, okay. These days I get replays. Blue faces, how I decorated the loose page. Remember how I used to serve the plate, clean the food tray. Working 8 to 4 from Tuesday through the weekdays. Hustle evenings at the stool off Highway 92. In Haywood, always running just a few lanes. Tucking a new game, back to the crib and I color in new ways. Just with a new blade, but the budget tied me down like shoestrings. Collected the loose change, those were the days that made me. She on my line like a beacon. She could've swore that I was cheating. Be honest, I was barely breathing. Chasing the life how I wanted it, knowing that you was all that I need. Puzzle that all of the pieces that fit like a glove, you sit it right in front of me. How I don't see it. Hit up the Brody to vent, like Dota and I take it easy. Am I on or something, or am I reaching to be validated? Instead I get told from the parking space, why do it feel like I could have a vote for the ominous faces to all that won't save us? I thought the ground was for the breaking, look like it's all overrated. Yeah, like it's all overrated. Like it's all overrated to me. Like it's all overrated to me. I can't get no sleep, living in the weeks. Life is bittersweet, I can't really explain it, but it's everything I need. At least for now I think that everything might be alright, okay, yeah. I can't get no sleep, living in the weeks. Life is bittersweet, I can't really explain it, but it's everything I need. At least for now I think that everything might be alright, okay, yeah.
This is it. This is the point that Boom have a tendency to kind of be like, oh, we made it. We're so close to the finish line. I see the light at the end of the tunnel. And then it just falls apart. But I thought that may have been the case last game. I thought that may have been a 2-0 for TNC. I thought third place would have been enough. But they come in swanging with a solid draft, solid gameplay, and they take TNC off their balance. Can they replicate it, John? Can they think? Does it all come down to a Mikoto Invoker or a Templar Assassin? Do you have to put respect on these first phase things?
I think you do. I think if you manage to give Boom these comfort picks, especially on mid, it becomes a lot shakier. I think TNC, they're kind of going with the same idea from game 2. They start with Lion instead of the Nyx to counteract that Phoenix this time, and they've got the DP. So they've got a support and a flex for mid or off. I think we can kind of consider this the Bach hero. He's played it much more in the off lane here for TNC. So it's almost the same thing as a Leshrac, right? Like decent push, pretty tanky on the off lane. I think he can achieve a better push rate with that DP compared to his Lesh. We just didn't see enough commitment towards tier 2s, towards invading the jungles in game 2 this time from TNC, and it really slowed down the pace. Like they did get a couple of kills on the Terrorblade, but it didn't feel impactful because the TV still farmed up. So we'll see if they can change that story with that DP. Boom, for their part, they get to start with this FBZ pick along with the Phoenix. So they've got Phoenix, Mars, Arena, Egg, already a really solid combo to have on hand here.
If FBZ doesn't get his hands on Timber, then Mars is usually my second favorite hero to see him do work on. And Mike, they're able to pair it up with a Phoenix too. What more could you ask for?
I mean, it's a great combination for sure. Mars Phoenix, a classic combo, very, very painful to go into a lot of team fight. But I want to go back to the DP for a second, because the last time TNC and Boom Esports went against each other was in the upper bracket round of 2. TNC ended up getting a 2-1 against Boom Esports, and I think it's important to note both the games that TNC won were with the Armel DP. So it seems like it might be a bit of a bane here against Boom Esports. As TNC do kind of go back to that. I'm wondering how impactful this DP is going to be. I think it kind of fits Armel's playstyle quite a lot. Like, he likes to kind of farm up quick and create that space, have that big team fight ultimate, have the push in as well. And
was it Armel DP? Or was it Bach DP?
was it?
I think it was Bach
Whoopsie,
DP.
or there you go.
Yeah, Bach. It was Bach. I just checked. Yep, on the off lane.
Reappropriate
Alright,
that,
what?
and why is DP good for Bach then?
Gotcha, Mike.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, so Bach DP is what I actually meant. So
Of
Bach
course.
DP in the off lane. I mean, the Leshrac, you know, it was struggling a little bit last game. I guess the DP is a bit more self-explanatory, right? Like, you don't need too much farm on the hero. Exorcism's just a kind of broken ability. AoE silence pretty darn strong as well. Has some nice wave clear. So I think, you know, overall, pretty good hero. And, you know, I mixed up the players, but they still won 2 times in a row with DP against Boom Esports. So, you know, my point still stands. Boom Esports has a problem dealing with this hero, it seems.
Exactly, and conceptually, I think being able to play around an Exorcism cooldown may make it a little bit more straightforward. I think with Leshrac, it's a little bit more vague. You're like, okay, I have Edict. Do I wait for my Siege creep timing? Do I wait for my Spectre to have Haunt? In game number 2, it seemed kind of like Bach didn't really know the best timing to do things, but now he can kind of dictate the pace, because Luna is just going to be farming the entire time. She's not going to really be caring about doing much other than taking her triangle stacks, but it's up to Bach and whoever they do end up picking for Armel to make space for this Luna to farm up the triangle to her heart's content.
Yeah, and this is where we need to see Boom kind of go back into contesting those camps, cleaning up what happened in game 1. They have to ensure that the stacks don't come out. They have to ensure that the Luna's not going to get easy access there, because the Luna will accelerate a lot faster from that position. So they've got to be more active, especially with their supports, get the aggressive wards out, and they also have to play around their own timings. Play around the egg, play around that arena to kind of counteract what the DP will want to do with that exorcism, and just get something of their own there to slow that out, to stop that Luna from getting big. I think they'd want to have something as well that plays quicker on hand. Maybe a quicker core could help them out here, or something from Mikoto that can join fights relatively quick. The TA could still line up. You don't have the best burn for Refraction outside of committing Exorcism right now. So you could do that. I guess Spirit Siphon is also kind of annoying, but it's not a total deal breaker for the TA. They could still go that route, especially if they expect that DP to be off lane. Anyway, they start with a clock, so Clockwork Mars lane or Mars Phoenix lane could still happen, but more than likely the Clockwork on the 4. Pretty solid to have. Spear into cogs. You can run down. You're very, very tanky with these 2 heroes. You can make it hellish for the Luna to just hold her own there. And you've got more ways to protect the egg. You can isolate heroes with the cogs. You can just kind of let the egg run through the arena as well. You've got great reach with a hook shot. This does enable that aggression for Boom.
Enchantress.
And TNC pick up an Enchantress now, so lane is going to be kind of difficult for whoever Boom wants to send into their safe lane, because it's going to be DP and... do they prefer 5 Enchantress, or do they prefer 4 Enchantress? Oh, look. Seems like Tim's is primarily the Lion player, so it may be 5 Ench and 4 Lion. But either way, it's still an annoying lane for now a Phantom Lancer to have to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Enchantress 4 is fine as well. Like, Enchant's just kind of broken as a spell, right? So it's pretty nice to just dominate the lane, make it very hard for Dreamer Soul. I guess excuse me, I've completely forgotten the name. The PL, the Phantom Lancer, is kind of nice because you can just kind of rush away the Phantom Rush, or you can doppel away. So you do have those defensive abilities to try and get away from this DP Enchantress. I guess it could still be the Lion, though, as well. It's a bit of a toss-up. I'm trying to think which one we'd prefer to see, but I'd say the pressure applied from the DP Enchantress is probably a little bit better. Maybe just go down that route.
Yeah, they're looking to squeeze the PL out of his lane early on, and I'm kind of surprised by the PL. It's good on paper versus Luna's Eclipse, because it absorbs so many of the impacts with the illusions, but at the same time, Luna doesn't really deal with having to clear, or doesn't really care about having to deal with AoE damage. She will inherently deal damage to all of Phantom Lancer, his illusions, and his heroes, so I'm curious why they see the value in the PL pick.
We've seen Boom pick it a couple of times. I guess it's mainly just down to perhaps just that diffusal timing and the aggro you can play with that, compared to a Luna who might need a little bit more and is a bit more constricted by Eclipse early on. The PL does have more uptime once you hit Diffusal Manta or Diffusal SNY. You're just ready to run down. So in that sense, it is a fairly quick hero if you want to play it that way. We have seen, I think Dreamercell has actually tried the Pale Horse build from NA, which is the Octarine with shards. I don't know if you want to do that here. I would probably lean towards no.
I'm surprised you're crediting Pale Horse with that. I talked to 23 Savage, and he said that's the only way to play Phantom Lancer.
Oh, no. Don't. It's so...
Savage. No.
I feel so bad, that build. I don't know. It's like you have this PL, he can make a billion illusions, and you decide what you're gonna do is be like some PL that sits in the back and just throws lances over and over again. I get it. It's a 4-second cooldown. It adds up. It's a lot of damage. It's annoying, but it just feels so bad. When's the last time we saw it win? I don't know. I can't actually remember.
Yeah, and it may need to be a little bit more committal, because if you have a Leshrac going in now, which seems like a great denial pick also. I think TNC were hoping to maybe get their hands on the Leshrac. They banned out this Invoker and Lina, and then Boom were like, nah, that's cool. We'll take the Leshrac. You're not going to be able to counter our Phantom Lancer just that easy. And now TNC need to figure out what is going to be the answer for their mid lane. Storm and Ember are both banned out, and going to be laning against a Leshrac.
Not many options, I'd say. If they could have flexed an LC off would be nice with a DP mid, but they do go with a puck in the end, which is, it's a pretty solid hero for Armel. He's one of the shining Pinoy pucks. I think there was a discussion on every single Filipino mid and their puck performance, and Armel's most definitely up there. So this is a hero TNC falls back to as well, almost the same way that Boom falls back to the Invoker every now and again, and it does tie this draft in quite nicely. It gives him fast momentum, great way for themselves to reach the back line, and gives them some AoE control, which TNC was kind of lacking in this draft.
Yeah, AoE control and more AoE damage for this Phantom Lancer, and a hero that can get in and out of the arena, because for the most part, the rest of TNC's heroes are going to struggle. Gabby may eventually make his way to a BKB, which he'll probably need against a Leshrac, but aside from that, being able to deal with this arena egg seems like a problem that they haven't really considered, or rather cared about too much. And also, Bulwark against a ranged carries always feels kind of disappointing. I think Luna's gonna be like, where's all my damage going? But Mike, it's game 3. Which one you favoring?
I have a rule. Never doubt Armel puck.
Okay.
I can't go against it. I think TNC's got this 2-1.
John, how about you?
bit tricky. I think RML Puck is definitely a big factor. I think draft-wise, if we look at it in a vacuum, I'd lean towards Boom just a bit more. So I'll play devil's advocate. I think the draft of Boom is solid. They just need to somehow deal with RML Puck, which is far easier said than done.
And somehow deal with their consistent curse of always being so close to greatness, so close to achieving superstardom. And this isn't even in the end of the road. Like we said, they are going to have to win this, take maybe like an hour break, and then they're going to have to go into a BO5 versus FNATIC. And so at least they're showing off that they're capable of a lot of strategies. Both teams, whichever team makes it to face off against FNATIC, they're showing that we don't need to rely on the same carry every single time. We don't need to rely on the same mid. But every once in a while, we'll get our signatures. The Mikoto Invoker in game number 2, and now the RML Puck in game number 3. And the winner will go on to face FNATIC. Mike and John, take it away.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. Game number 3 of the lower bracket officially underway between TNC Predator and Boom Esports. Been a hell of a ride so far, John. TNC, you were playing devil's advocate. You were kind of saying Boom had a pretty solid draft, and I do agree with you on that. It does feel like they already have the answers towards this PO. I think Tsunami pointed it out. Yeah, you're against the Luna. You've got a DP who can be quite annoying as well with the silence and the Crypt Swarm. On top of that, you've got a Puck to hold you down. Do you think Dreamersaur can work around these things, John?
It's going to be tough. He's going to need some quick times here. Smoke and smoke, though. Wrap around here. Nice ward coming out from TNC. So if it breaks on the low ground, Boom could be in an awkward spot. In fact, if it breaks under the ward, it's just bad.
Hide, he's going to break the smoke. Everyone's hiding. No one within vision, and now they show up. Surprise, surprise, Boom. They're going to go after Hyde, but no Tim's now. He's the one in trouble. Who gets the first blood? The orb is not going to hit, but Hyde, he is going to drop as they keep the chase up onto Tim's. The Lion, he's still alive. Earth spike out. Tim's is fine. He'll run out of there as now the rest of TNC here to back up their teammate. They'll go after Kezcute, but Boom, they will hug the tier 1 tower. First blood does go the way of TNC. Bok is the one to pick it up on the Death Prophet. TNC, they are not going to stick around for the bounty, but they should still be able to secure a 3-for-1 on the bounties anyway.
It's still going to feel great for TNC. Really good start for themselves there. And this should lead to some early gold injections, especially for Bok. Like, this is accelerating his Null and Bracer buildup. So he's going to be a bit tankier in the offlane with that slightly earlier timing. Always great to see on that DP. And of course, that was a 1 lane for TNC in game 2. That didn't feel amazing. I mean, they got 2 kills, but they never managed to hit the stride with Bok's Leshrac. So we'll have to see if the DP changes that. We're taking a look at mid. Mikoto versus RML. Leshrac versus Puck for now. It's pretty solid of a lane. We have seen Leshrac actually win out and bully out the Puck in this matchup. So far, it's rather even, but I think by the second or third wave, that should start to shape up. Lesh, of course, just having a little bit more burst damage on hand. You do have to land your split earth, but the tendency is to kind of stick around to creep wave anyway. You should be able to snipe a couple of hits onto RML, unless he just plays ultra conservative from the back.
So we'll have a look at the bot lane as well, John. You've got a bit of a chase going on here between Boomy and Hyde. Hyde does go ahead and take the creep wave away, but loses the range creep. Gonna bring that over to the FBZ, I believe, on that Mars, and to allow him to get the gold and XP for that level 2, plus the soul ring that he desperately wants. Unfortunately, though, it looks like they are going to kind of miss connecting both creep waves now, so they don't quite get the creep equilibrium to go their way. Bit unfortunate that Woomy and Hyde has to continue kind of running in circles until the next creep wave comes around, but that does mean Boomy can really start harassing them quite heavily. This is a very awkward scenario now from Boom. Is FBZ going to try and avoid the Centaur? Meanwhile, Hyde, he's still juggling the creep wave, and it will eventually pay off. Had to be the hard way.
It doesn't feel great for Hyde. He only has that salve to stay in this lane. He doesn't have any tangos left, so, or any tangos at all, so he's going to be in a really tricky position. Does commit the salve, will ferry out tangos, but Boomy's already going to be feeling pretty great here. Just needs to clear out the camp, leave it unblocked for the next minute, and then he can start playing tag again. This has given Gabby a ton of space, though. 11 CS, almost as much as her mid. That's pretty much a perfect start for your safe laner here.
Definitely a cause of concern for Boom. We should have a look at the last lane we haven't spoken about yet, and that is going to be the top lane, where you'll see Dreamersaur and Kezcute against Tims and Bok once again. Now, last time around, this top lane went pretty darn poorly for Boom Esports at the start. Saw Dreamer Soul dying twice in the turret. In fact, hold that thought, because mid lane, Mel's dropping low now, and they might just be able to get him. No, the lightning strike. He phase shifted it off.
It's one of those things with the puck, right? Like, you do have a lot of damage on hand for Mikado, but the puck does have several ways of dodging that out. So Mikado misses out an opportunity, but that is forcing Armel to play really safe here.
Easy.
He does not have to drop the... Ooh.
Oh, that's a really good start for TNC now. Gabby finding a kill for himself. He's still got that perfect CS, by the way, John. He is still matching Armel CS in the mid lane, plus the kill he just got. I don't know if he's actually missed a creep yet. Boom, they can't do anything about it. They really can't.
I mean, it's a dual melee lane up against dual range. This is why the Mars clock is feeling a bit awkward here. Normally, if it's a mix, a melee plus range lane you're up against, you kind of feel fine as a clock because you can harass a melee guy out, but you're not finding those openings. You can't really play with your battery assault cogs, you can't really line up for the spear, and they're just doing a great job. I mean, Boomy's micro is just so on point. He always gets these nice camps, gets the Hadouken creep next, good regen on hand to sustain the lane as well. So it's harder to really zone them out here.
Oh, in the Roshan pick, Kescute. Oh, he has the Icarus Knight, but the silence is there in time from Armel, and he'll take the kill. They take the water rune away from Armel, but he gets a kill, gets a bounty rune to boot. No problems here for our mid puck.
It's shaping up quite nicely. Despite that early aggression coming out from Mikado, Armel's not really being stopped from finding his own farm, and having a kill under his belt is going to feel good. Even kind of equals out the EXP despite leaving that lane for a bit. So if you're not getting anything major yet from Mikado, we will have to eye if he commits for a bit more in Diabolic Edict to get a mid-push. But so far, things are looking great for TNC. 3-0, 2k lead at 5 minutes in. That's pretty big for this early on. Just goes back to how perfect these lanes are. 28 CS on Gabby, 24 for Bach, 23 for Armel. They're way beyond most of the cores on Boom, at least a creep wave above.
Imisol, he's not able to match the CS whatsoever either, John. Like, he's at 17-1 now. Literally about 12 CS behind Gabby. You know, with a Luna, with the farming mechanism she does have with those glaives, it's going to be very hard to keep up as it is, as FBZ now is going to be enchanted up, chased down. Body blocks are very nice from Boomy, but he does have to back his hide. Will interrupt. There's no regen on either of these heroes from Boom. Means FBZ is gonna have to bring some out. A bit of time though, and this bot lane, it's been a real problem for Boom Esports already. It just seemingly gets worse every time we look at it.
And it's scary to think what Gabby can do with his farm, and they're trying again on FBZ.
He just bought a salve as well. FBZ, he doesn't want to dive right now. He will end up getting a salve and survive. In fact, Boomy now gets caught out. Hyde getting a bit of revenge, but on the other side of the map, Tim's also picks up Kescute. You have support kills going on across the map at the moment. Still in the favor of TNC by 1k net worth lead, though. Still a very close matchup.
Look at these stacks built up by Tims. It's always the same story. They get Radiant, they play around the triangle, they build amazing amounts of stacks, and Boom is just not able to contest. There's no ward this time around as well to watch that. They did manage to take that out, so TNC is just going to be able to build up this farm advantage. You're not seeing the same stacks coming out from Boom for their part. I think some pings are coming out to maybe start to build up, but this is going to impact them hard. Like, because Armel gets access to these early double, triple stacks, they can start stacking for the Luna afterwards at a much earlier point, and Gabby's farm can also accelerate at a good time. So lots of good things happening for TNC early on. Again, maintaining that 2k lead we were seeing earlier. Hyde does get some pretty decent mid lane wards, but it's not really able to watch the farming spots. And TNC's own ward on this ramp, just seeing Hyde's movement, spotting out any sort of rotations coming through, just keeps them so protected. You can see TNC, Bach has his EXO. As said in draft, he can dictate when the team groups around him. They're going for that top push.
Absolutely. You love to see it as soon as they hit that level 6 mark. No waiting around. You have the Enchantress as well, which just makes it so much easier to get this tower down. And Dark Troll Summoner, one of the better neutrals to take, I'd say, for the Enchantress now. Kezcute forced to dive away. He knows he can't defend this. That'll be the tier 1 top tower going down. It's a really nice setup for TNC, because now they can go into the mid lane. Once that 10-minute siege creep spawns up, and they can just go for another tower. You'll have the EXO up at the perfect time as well. So really nice timing from TNC.
And it's super awkward for Boom. They don't have the same push potential just yet. I mean, they do have Edict they can commit from Mikato, but he doesn't really have a lane he can shove in. Mid is a bit tough to try to commit. Bot lane, Gabby's super farmed up, and it doesn't feel like they're really eyeing some tier 1 opportunities on Boom, and that's going to hurt them. If they allow TNC to keep going for these objectives without trade, you're going to start to run up of map space to get farm on Dreamocell, to get farm on FBZ, and these heroes do need items to have some impact, especially that Mars. You want that quick blink Yules, but that's a long ways off here for FBZ.
Kezcute again forced to dive away top lane. And TNC already invading the Dire jungle, not giving any space over. Boom Esports, they want to start kind of smothering them and choking them out as now Dream Coil's there. Armel, there's no dive anyway to try and get out of this. So Armel, he just secure a nice easy kill for himself. Second of the game for him. And look at that net worth board. Top 3 cores, all on the side of the Radiant.
That's pretty bad news for Boom. Like, you have a Luna off to this good of a start compared to your PL. The PL just doesn't keep farm in the same way. Like, you can run around camps nice, you can manage your Phantom Rush, but it just doesn't clear the camps as quick. And that is something to worry about. They do at least find a tier 1 bot, considering that extended period where TNC's just not there. They might catch Bok out as well.
Nay, Arena down, nice spear, Makoto, he'll have the follow-up damage, and that should be a nice kill onto the DP. It's what you want to start seeing from Boom Esports. They've got to really try and take advantage of these powerful spells they do have to throw out every time they're off cooldown, and that's exactly what they do.
It's a really important kill as well to feed towards Mikato, as he wants to hit this timing with that Hood of Defiance and potentially the Eternal Shroud down the line. So it's going to give him more durability up front, allow him to join his Mars in a much more aggressive position there down the line. And that should enable more opportunities for Boom to look to play fast, right? Like, they can time themselves around Arena, and fairly soon, the Egg, once Kezcute gets enough levels, that's when you should start to see some of these bigger commitments from Boom. But
Hyde's going to be there to break the smoke. This isn't actually too bad, because if Hyde wasn't around the clockwork, it would have been Dreamer Soul getting caught. So definitely a nice kind of tank of the gank. However, Dreamer Soul, he went into the triangle, but that's not safe. TNC are going to try and bully him back towards the fountain. And while that's happening, mid lane, they pop the EXO. They're going to apply the tier 1 pressure. TNC right now, they're moving way too fast for Boom Esports. They don't have what it takes at the moment to really react to this. Siege creep up, EXO there, they can't defend. They're going to lose their jungle so early on.
you can see TNC just set to take out some of these camps. There's her first pause in the series. We haven't had that in a while. It called
talked about it.
Did say it.
Yeah,
it's Merienda time.
You said, John. Merienda.
It's Merienda time. It's Boom pausing, so maybe they're grabbing a couple of donuts. We saw that in our last interview. Donuts in the background, having a bit of an afternoon refill, as it has been a slugfest of a series. Not quite the longest one we've had. In fact, not even hitting the 60-minute mark, which is, I think, we all appreciate. And we see our admins asking, "You're not going to admit to it," but we know it's donuts.
Well, Nico's just making sure. Just no donuts in the game 3, please. What's Tsunami doing on the screen?
Oh, goodness.
Oh, goodness me. Shout out to our producer. Entertaining producer.
Pity. Thank you, Pity.
I thought to myself yesterday, John, after that interview we did, we're like the worst panelists I've ever personally seen. Like, I asked a question that didn't even matter to FBZ. You started asking about donuts. Tsunami was the only one that asked questions that were relevant. We're terrible.
Mike, you say worse. I strive to be even worse than that. So, yeah, you measure your words. It only goes down from there, Mike. I'm trying. We'll try.
We'll try our best. Get your hopes up too high. They need to get their hopes up a little higher here, John. 2k net worth behind. Tier 1, mid and top already gone. Things are looking rather bad for them at the moment. You see Dreamer's on that PL of that bot lane. He's kind of forced to go to the more dangerous parts of the map now. Try and farm up as the rest of Boom, they've smoked up. On that bot side, they're going to try and re-engage into this Radiant jungle and give a bit of space over to Dreamer's Soul. Amel, he's hanging around. It could be a very prime target, but FBZ, he's going to get a nice initiation. They've got to wait for the hook shot, and they get it. Hide into the cogs, and the spear should be more than enough to kill off this puck. It feels like that's exactly what Boom needed.
That's a really big kill. Surprised Armel didn't bail out. Like, the smoke broke under a ward. I felt like he might have had enough time, but maybe just right below that tree line. So just outside of vision when the smoke broke, he managed to catch the slipperiest target. Like, they have to actually start the fights that way. It has to be the hook shot, because they have no other really reliable stun to catch a puck. So the pressure is definitely there on Hyde. They get the biggest kill they could ask for outside of Luna, and they managed to give themselves a little bit more breathing room, but that lead is still being built up by TNC. Mike Gabby clearing out the ancient stacks, still uncontested in the triangle. There's still a lot more to worry about for Boom. They might be able to play a little bit more once this diffusal's done on Dreamocell, 2 parts away, so it's not too far off. And again, they still have Egg and Arena ready to go if they want to force a bigger engagement.
They are more than happy to take their time. Not trying to rush for more fights or engagements. They do have the arena up, and now FBZ's got the Yule Scepter up, so you have a lot of setup on the side of Boom. Great team fight. I think right now they'd much prefer to just find those solo pickoffs. You can see they haven't really been alone apart from that one death on Armel at the bot lane. They show up in the mid lane now. Box got Exorcism if they need it. They're going to smoke up. They'll try to take advantage of that. They're going to run into the whole team of Boom if they're not careful. Really what they want is 2 heroes. Smoke not broken yet. They scouted them out. Kodo, Hyde, FBZ, so close they could smell them right now. Is FBZ gonna break the smoke? They'll pop the X-Limit on Ice Hook shot. Hyde gonna try and disrupt. Is FBZ, he's still perfectly fine. He'll turn around with the arena, and he's going to run after Tims with the finger. It comes out in time. No egg committed either by Keskut. He's trying to back out of there. There's now Makoto. He gets chased down. Keskut, he's gonna try and run. He already committed the Icarus dive. Looks like he is kind of screwed. This courier goes down, and Bok will finish off the kill into the tier 2 top tower.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Kinda shocked they never really tried to commit the egg there.
It's just a bit awkward. I think the arena went off at a pretty good angle as well. Like, it didn't catch the Luna, but I don't think they expected the Luna to wrap around from the north side. And they would have had a pretty good setup for that egg. Miss an opportunity, 4k lead all of a sudden for TNC, and that was just pretty well played. I think Gabby just popping in with the Eclipse just caught them way off guard. And the damage output of the Luna at this point, you know, level 2 Eclipse up, a level 3 Lucent Beam up, it's not something you can just shrug off. So TNC is feeling a lot better for themselves. Only benefit for Boom is that Dream Assault's on the opposite side of the map. So your one big core is farming his win condition up, Diffusal Blade up on our PL. But look at that disparity, Mike. Dream Assault's at 5.9k net worth. Bok is at 6.7, or Luna's at 8.9. There's a lot of catching up this PL has to do.
I'll have a lot of catching up. Going for that Hooded Defiance next, just to have that magic immunity. Because against the draft of TNC, it is going to pay off for sure, as well, it looks like we caught out Phoenix Keskut. He will at least force the Dream Call to be expended. So you've got that going for you if you're Boom. Now you've got a blink up on Tims. Just on the courier. They may be willing to go for another pickoff with that blink reveal. You won't need the coil as long as you get in with the Hex Earth Spike.
Yeah. It's pretty scary. I don't think committing Dream Coil feels bad for Armel, all things considered. Like, he just wants to find kills, go back to farming, finish up the travels into the blink, and just kind of go from there. That's when you really start to think about when you commit the Dream Coils. For now, it's just farming. Just accelerate the farm. Blink is up, so He opts to bypass travel first and down mid.
Nice earth spike, Tims. He's going to set up. They've got the follow-up Hex. Eclipse on cooldown for another 3 seconds. They won't be able to abuse that. And now Hyde gets in with the hook shot. It's only going to be onto Boomy, but it's a good start as now the Axis is a block. Want to try and turn it around. There is the egg as well with the arena. They can't take it down in time. It should be able to explode, but doesn't matter. FBZ, he's going to be able to get it there just in the nick of time as Gabby is the one to drop. And now Bok goes down. The egg saves the day. FBZ somehow gets out with a slither of HP. And they are into the mid-tier 1 tower.
That is big. That's what we were looking for. The arena egg combo in a very big and meaningful way, trapping that Luna. No Eclipse made it super awkward. And Armel was so far away. Like, he was farming bot. He went back to base. He wasn't there in time for that fight. That might have been a bit better if he had travels. Like, lower cooldown TP might have helped the cause and could have gotten there in time, but just a bit too slow in the puck. And without the puck, they miss out on a lot of damage. They've invested a ton on Armel. Now to use... Oh, doesn't land. But you can see the pressure coming through from Boom. They find the mid-tier 1, they open up the bot jungle a bit more, they protect their triangle area by taking away that TP smoke point, and they can start to breathe a little better. 2k lead still remains for TNC though, and for their part, that was a fight they took without waiting for Gabby's BKB. He's pretty close to it, just really lacking the gold for the Ogre Axe into the recipe, and it won't take too long for Luna to hit those spikes. So once you do have that BKB on Luna and on Bok on DP, they can kind of take those fights better. Arena's not going to be a factor. Leshrak's not going to be a factor. So you just immediately take out 2 big tools that Boom has been using well to win these engagements.
Top lane, Tims being caught out by FBC. It's a nice setup there with the Yules into the arena and Spear. Like, you may have not even required the arena to be dropped, but I suppose it's just in case. Boom, they won't be looking for a team fight anytime soon. I say that, Armel. His orb got spotted. Hyde, he's going to run into Bok. He gets the cogs off with the battery assault. There's not much Bok can do apart from Spirit Siphon. He'll go for the Yules, Armel. Thinking about helping out. They spear him away. There's a call out, but Armel, he's too late to the party. I don't think they can fight. Or maybe they can. Gabby, he's going to join in. Eclipse up in 2 seconds. Egg on the high ground, though. They need to back immediately. Maybe you could argue maybe the egg was unnecessary, but I think for Boom, they just want to disengage after securing a nice kill onto Bok. It's exactly what they get. They'll go chill out for a bit till that egg's off cooldown. Though I say that, Gabby, he's going to run right into Makoto. A nice spear out taken by Armel. Armel, he blinked right into it. Makoto, he's going to be all right. Gabby will pop the BKB and turn around with the Eclipse now. FBZ at least goes down, but they are still going to go for more as Boomy builds himself for a second. That'll be enough. They don't have the catch. Still a worthwhile trade for Boom as they found Armel for FBZ. I have to say that's worth.
Definitely worth. Boom are just finding the targets they need to in these fights, and because Gabby had to use the BKB and Eclipse, you can expect the Luna not to show up in the next few engagements for at least 2 minutes. So it's a big opening for Boom. If they want to look to go for the next arena egg combo in about a minute, the Luna's not going to be quite ready to face up against that. And they're still stalling out for the PL. He's actually managed to catch a point nicely. Now Dream Assault's above Armel's farm. Our puck has slowed down. They need to find a way to recover, although Keskute.
Yeah, Keskute, that was a bit off. Yeah, I think he wanted to just secure the TD rune, but he Icarus dived a bit off target. Gabby took a very nice easy kill for himself. Easy Lucent Beam. Now TNC, they just won't stop this aggression. Even if they lose those last team fights, they do not care. Ultis are back up, they want to try and make use of them. But of course, Boom Esports, they know this. Without the Phoenix, it seems like they don't want to fight, but they're going to have to now. The Roshan has been started. You've got the arena. Egg is available in 3 seconds. They just need to make their way over, but the Roshan is dropping so darn low so quickly. They've got to make the jump in. Rocket Flare's going to give vision. They're trying to block the way for the Clockwork and the Aegis. It is going to go the way of Gabby. Now, Boom, they need to dissipate. They do not want to fight this, or maybe they do. They're onto Armel with the hook shot, but there's no follow-up. Hyde buying some space for the rest of his team to back. That's exactly what he does. Everyone else gets out. Hyde, he'll sacrifice his life.
It's a great set of pickups for TNC. Aegis means that Gabby's going to feel a little bit comfier up front. You can see Boom, they're still grouped up though. They have the arena egg combo.
Nice speed,
Oh,
Gabby.
Gabby.
He's been called out. He just got the Aegis of the Immortal. He's gonna BKB up and
BKB?
try to run, but they might be able to get him in time. Yulceptor's there. Dreamer Cell's not done on the arena. No,
Oh.
it's gonna be just enough time on the BKB to run out as now Bok is in danger, dropping so darn low underneath the sun itself. They found the DP, it seems like. Though Bok is a tanky boy. Spirit Siphon out. He's gonna try and run, but no, they do end up getting him in the end. At the very least, you got Gabby out. He did have the Aegis anyway, but you got him out with the Aegis.
Yeah, it's just really greedy coming out from TNC. Like, there's this Obs ward just constantly watching him in that area, and even the Obs ward by the ramp area on the pit from Boom has just given him so much information to make those decisions, to make those jumps in. They were just camping that high ground for a fairly long time, so you do have to respect that arena egg combo. I think Gabby's just very fortunate that was his 8-second BKB charge. If it was any shorter, like literally the 7-second charge, he would have been caught in arena and dead. So just very on the edge there for TNC. They still maintain that lead, and boom, they're going to have to wait for cooldowns for that next combination to come in. But we're reaching the point where Dreamucel's getting a bit scary, Mike. He's got the S and Y, but they do get the scan out, though. They know FBZ's in the tree line.
They do, but they miss out on the... Oh no, they don't. Quail is there. Oh no, he got just enough vision. Down FBZ, he's going to go for the arena, but it's not going to matter. Plenty of damage to burst him down in time. Nice pick up from TNC.
Radiant's bottom tower.
I don't really think they're going to be able to find an objective of this, but maybe they could try just chipping down that tier 2 top tower. Maybe he'll get started on that work.
Tower is under attack.
Bottom lane,
Go,
though.
Luna.
He's been scouted. They're not going to initiate. They'll leave him be.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Mid lane,
Off.
very far forward. Hawk shot Hyde right on the edge, but he does connect. Oh, it's a great hook shot from Hyde, but now the reinitiation. Oh no, he shows up. Who are they going to aim? They'll go after the clockwork, but can you lock him down? Lucent Beam is there, but Makoto, he'll be there to back him up, and so will Dreamer Cell with a couple of PL illusions. It will be enough to force TNC back the other way.
It's really tricky right now for TNC. Most of their damage is still magical. You're not to the point where the Luna's an absolute right-click beast, so you're relying on Lucent Beam to kind of melt through the HP a bit more. You're relying on Puck to help you melt these heroes a bit more as well, but there are a lot of Hood of Defiances on the side of Boom. We have one on Clockwork, one on Leshrac, on the PL. Our Morris doesn't have one, and you do have the Glimmer Cape on Kesky. So literally 4 out of 5 heroes have magic resist of some sort, and that is slowing the pace of TNC's rotations. TNC, though, as you mentioned earlier, they don't seem to care. They just smoke up and keep hunting.
Top lane, FBZ, defensive arena has been placed against Gabby, but they still might be able to come
Makoto.
up. In fact, they found Makoto. They found a better target. They still know FBZ's around somewhere. Oh no, he's going to have a gander through the tree line.
Dire's
Is he
top tower is under attack.
champion hide-and-seek player? That orb.
Oh,
Oh, they found him. Your scepter up, calls down, but the coil, it was too early. It won't matter. They've got the enchant. They'll get the kill, and they're onto the top tier 2 tower now.
Top tower is under
Great set of events here from TNC, and for Boom Esports, this is a big problem because TNC, they're going to push high ground. They'll try to force the buybacks. Makoto doesn't have one. FBZ, he certainly doesn't want to have to commit it if he can avoid it.
top tower.
He may have no choice in the matter.
yeah.
There it is.
TNC, they've got Aegis for about 20 seconds more here, so they can't afford to put Gabby up front. They've got Eclipse ready too. Only the tier 3, so not really finding more, and I think they're going to play it safe. They know Aegis is about to expire. They already forced a buyback. That's more than enough considering the circumstances. You do have to kind of worry if this game goes long. I can't believe I'm saying that, but Dreamucel, he's got the Ag Shard. He's going into the heart. You know what's going to come after that. More than likely the Octarine. We'll see how long it takes, but this is a really good way to handle that high ground defense. So as long as Dream Cell hits those strides, you can hold high ground for a very long time. And boom, despite that buyback, they are actually smoking up as 4.
Yeah. It's the element of surprise, right? You wouldn't expect this kind of smoke rotation to happen. That's exactly what Boom's going for.
Radiant are scanning.
Problem is, they don't have any vision on anyone. Everyone's just fine on TNC, and it seems like TNC has kind of sniffed this out. In fact, RML's going to rejoin the team. They might counter smoke. There's a team waiting for that initiation from Boom, but it never comes. There's a team, though, just in case, behind Gabby. Boom has backed off.
They recognize that it's a bit of an awkward spot to start fighting. There's an obs here in the triangle finally watching the movements of TNC. No sentry out, so if they do choose to smoke, I think ideally you'd get the D ward first, but they have this cliff ward from TNC, so maybe they feel like there's no vision. Probably a bad time to smoke if we do so. Oh, Mikado.
Gabby, that's
Oh,
a
the
great
hook.
hook shot. Arena speared down. They've already found Bok as well. He's going to Yule Scepter up. Now, Earthspike's there, stunning them up. Gabby, he'll get the BKB off in time. He's going to try and fight back like a Giga Chad. He'll just stand and fight. Makoto,
My
he's
God.
going to try, but they can't get him. He'll force stuff away, but no Dreamer Cell from the side. Does manage to pick him off into another. They'll get Boomy. There's no buyback on Gabby. Dreamer Cell and the crew, can they get something done with this? The pings are out for that bottom tier 2 tower.
Really good creep cutting from Armel to ensure that the mid's not under threat. So they'll have to just settle with a bot. That should still open up the outpost for them to deny some XP per minute. That should help them kind of even out the progression here from Doomsend. Dreamcell just wrapping around. I don't think they expected Dreamcell to be anywhere remotely close. So a really good surprise move from him. It looked good for TNC at the start, but just kind of faltered at the end. Dropped way too low on that Luna. I'm surprised we're not seeing Gabby go for something like the Satanic. Not just for the Dispel, but actually for the lifesteal. You can't man fight as a Luna without some form of lifesteal. So I think damage is not an issue. This Daedalus Rush is nice, but again, I think a Satanic would do you more good here.
See, he's still grouped up. They'll take their outpost back. I think the Satanic would be quite impactful, John, but that's not going to be the case. They want the damage output. Daedalus build up from Gabby. It's only going to hurt quite a bit once he gets to work. They're going to sit back as well. Just take their time. Allow Dreamer Cell his own time to farm up as he's very close to that Heart of Tarask now. Yeah, a much tankier hero, but Roshan's up. TNC, smoked as 5. They want to start a fight. Could also try to sneak the Roshan if they feel really brave. It's Boom, they are across the map, but they're also going to counter smoke. Smoke on smoke situation. Roshan scouted by Tim's, Rocket Flare. Not going to give any info, but the fact that Roshan is up. But once it wears off, TNC, they might be able to smoke, rather just start this. But they won't. The Rocket Flare. Vision of Armel and Boomy in the pit, and now Boom. Feeling very confident, moving up FBZ. He saw Tim's for a second.
Got that ward.
About going to get the vision on FBZ. Very tense scenario between these two teams. As you really don't want to give up that second Roshan. There's so much value. And just neither one really going to start the fight this time. They haven't found the opening.
No, don't smoke here. They're clumped up. This ramp ward is still up somehow. 2 sentries around it have not reached in range. And it's just giving Boom all the information they need. They know where TNC is clumping around. They fortunately do not smoke, so that is good news. They smoke further out. Very smart. Scans out. That is a dire scan, but they're not in the pit. So this smoke could still shape up to something more. But look at Boom's positioning. They're just always by the triangle, always on the opposite side of the map. No opportunities for TNC to actually get that pick off.
say that, John. Mid lane, Boom Esports, they have the low ground. They're running right into TNC, but Makoto, he's broken the smoke. He got the BKB off in time in the arena. It's not going to catch anyone. They still want Tims, but TNC, you know they want to reinitiate now, Armel. He won't find a cool target. They've popped the Exorcism. They're going to try and rush the Roshan. No arena. It's going to make it much harder to get a nice egg off in this team fight. Boom, they can't allow this to go down for free. You've got the hook shot. You might be able to go for the steal. They're going to try and buy time. Rocket Flare still giving vision. Does wear off now. Hook shot's in. He's in the pit hide. He's going to try with the Roshan. It hasn't died yet. It's complete chaos for Gabby. He outpicks everybody. Dreamer Cell will go to the backside and start the fight, but Gabby, he's already got an FBZ. Kescute, he got the full egg duration off, but it means nothing as Gabby eats the cheese, survives another day. Back on a Makoto, but the cogs hide. Will buy more space. It won't matter though. Makoto's down, and Gabby will keep to work. Still Dreamer Cell. He wants to fight. Gabby still going up the hide. The clockwork just about to fall, and it looks like they will be able to get him surely, just barely. And in the end, Dreamer Cell, he's the only one left. A full team wipeout for TNC, and they got absolutely everything from the pit.
Oh,
Everything.
That was right on the edge. Right on the edge from Gabby. He managed to clear out the inventory. I'm surprised he actually managed to do that. I think the cheese was left on the ground, and he managed to just eat the ag shard because it was coming in from his backpack. He ate the shard and then managed to pick up the cheese. Right on the edge, right when he was dropping below that threshold. And boom, that was a very costly forced fight. They jump in on the back of that hook shot that doesn't actually catch him. And look at that. Gabby knows it's a Luna. You can skip these objectives. You can just go for the tier 4s, go for the throat, and pressure for buybacks. Unfortunately, Boom's not biting the bait. So they're not going to fully commit for the buybacks, but this will still lead to a couple of racks if you're not careful.
You still might want to try FBZ. Glimmer K may save the day, but no, Tims is in. They get the Hex. There's your buyback. Dreamer Cell already committing as he'll rush towards Gabby. I don't know if you can fight though. The coil gonna lock him down. Arena defensively placed. Doesn't matter. Dreamer Cell, he's still leashed, but he's alive as he will go back off. For a snipe in, Kescute trying to slow them down. They want to catch a straggler. They need to make this buyback worth it. But can they find anyone? Boomy, he is caught. That's not going to be the greatest target. They might just have to accept what they get, but that's all they're going to get. If you're TNC, you're happy with that. You force the Dreamer Soul buyback, and they only get an Enchantress out of it.
It's a really big win. That is a dieback in your Ench, but not the biggest loss in the world. You hold on to your Aegis. You can wait for this BKB to be back up. Gabby is, again, just going full damage, going for the Butterfly next, it looks like, after the Daedalus, which is still just being kept in the Secret Shop. So even more protection. The evasion's really gonna annoy the PL. Like, he's nowhere near thinking about a Bloodthorn, he's nowhere near an MKB. The illusions do get the Pierce, apparently, but not the damage. But nowhere near any of those. So if this Butterfly is built up by Gabby at a decent rate, not only is he hitting faster, but he is so well protected from those illusions. Dream Assault's going to have a bit of a rough time getting his own damage off. I'm actually really happy to see this from Dream Assault, though. Like, he got the heart done, right? He's got the shard, but he's not going Octarine, Mike. He's going Scotty. So more stats, more tankiness for the illusions, I suppose, and not the spam. I actually, honestly, this feels like a game where you might want to go Octarine, actually. No, but it's the defense. You try to justify it with the defense. I think it does make sense. You spam it out on the high ground. It will bounce around and you just build an army. Then again, I don't think the Luna particularly cares. Outside of burning mana, it doesn't do too much to Gabby anyway, so probably for the best.
I mean, it makes sense. I do agree the high ground defense with the Shard Doctrine is incredible. I just don't think it's going to be enough. I think Dreamer Soul would rather be able to really get in there and fight for the team than have to rely on those lances. Maybe later on, we'll see. TNC back into the Dire Jungle. They'll take the outpost.
This is beautiful. This is beautiful, Mike. Dagon 5 up on Armel with a Quickening Charm. Cooldown at 13 seconds for how much of a nuke? 800 damage nuke at 13 seconds. Beautiful. Great. Perfect.
Basically like a finger, but just 13 seconds instead of, 100.
Yep. That's what it is. Really good item. And they're applying pressure on the high ground. Again, they have Aegis for a lot longer. So it should be a relatively quick push. It's a Luna. You can't really stop these racks from falling.
Well, there goes your range racks. In they go, Armel. Not throw out the coil yet. Gabby's got the shards as well, don't forget. And with that Daedalus, those bouncers can do a lot of damage if you're not too careful. I believe he's critting for about 800 right now.
God.
Not going to be able to fully commit. Gabby shows up in the mid lane, but even with the Aegis, you can tell they really just want to be careful and not to throw this game away, and there's the Aegis expiring anyway. It's just nice timing from TNC to back off. Play clean. Boom Esports, on their part, they're going to smoke up. They want to try and take advantage of this fact. The Aegis is now no longer there. Abby, he's the closest target. Hyde, he did not get vision. Good flare. Not going to catch anyone. Gabby, oh, he's going to run into Hyde. Hook shots up, but they aren't going to pop it. Where's that BKB anyway? He's not that easy of a kill to just kind of burst down on this Luna. You want the backlines first. Armel gonna break his own smoke onto the Phoenix. Be a nice start to try and blow up Kezcute. There's the Earth Spike. Hook shot, Arena, full-man Arena in fact, into the egg now, but they've got the Eclipse out. Gabby is gonna try and fight this one out. They've lost Tims, they've lost Kezcute. Can they keep going? Boom, they're going to try. They will rush forward onto Boomy. Meanwhile, Brock dropping very, very low on that DP, but still fighting it out. Makoto dropping low himself. These Dagons are so damn painful, but Gabby is in big, big trouble. There's the egg out from Kezcute. It won't mean much. Boomy, he does drop. 3 for nothing. Or rather, 3 for 1 as FPZ just about to die, but he will survive as Brock. He's been caught. Oh my, man. TNC. That was a 4 for 1. They do get the buyback from Kezcute. That was about it, though.
Yeah, that's painful for TNC. Boom execute really nicely on that fight. It looked bad because their smoke broke and they didn't quite find the angle, but they managed to isolate out Gabby. The Gabby hits 25 in the middle of that fight, so he gets the Life Steal talent. Still not enough to out-sustain and kind of heal true. All the damage coming out from everyone else. And boom, and the 4-man arena was just too much. And you lost your line super quick. High ground's not going to take too long. It's a Leshrac, it's a PL, they can melt quite nicely. Armel's trying to split with a DD, but the puck just doesn't right-click and melt objectives the same way as Leshrac did.
Esports on the verge of a comeback here in Game 3. I suppose they weren't really that far behind, but you'd lose 2 range racks already. It certainly felt like TNC were in charge of this game as Armel. He's going to respawn. Does not have the coil to throw out. Hear the wave. Back out of there. There you go, John. You got what you asked for, Dreamer, so he is now going to buy the Octarine core.
Oh, great. This is when it gets spicy. Still a ways off, but he is actually so hard to kill. Like, the damage output from Gabby is still really good, but it doesn't feel like Gabby really focuses on the peel as much. They try to clean up everyone else first, get the isolation off, and kind of go from there. Illusionist Cape for Gabby is nice, but you also have an Illusionist Cape on Boom. So looks like Ice Frog isn't playing favorites here, Mike. Everyone gets a cape.
Feels pretty broken on both characters, right? Like, Peel plus a Luna. Why the hell not? And both get spell prisms. Fair enough.
Wow. This is the most even tier 4s I've seen trading between 2 teams. Like, we almost never see that. I guess the telescope is kind of meh for Boom. I think you really would rather, I don't know, a Minotaur Horn sounds like it would be really good. So maybe that's what drops last for Boom. TNC, they're all pretty much set in tier 4s. They can start saving up. I think Gabby will need to save for buyback along with that Satanic buildup. He is going for it. So he skips the Butterfly, wants the Satanic next. Don't know what you really slot out from your inventory, though. Maybe you swap around your boots, pop Satanic, swap them back in. You are fairly susceptible to being kited without move speed here.
Wrap around, boom, smoked up. In the Radiant Triangle. Rocket Flare gonna get some great vision and hook shot into block. Arena is gonna be off target though. FBZ completely whiffed it, and now they've lost height to start the fight. But Kono's still gonna go for this with Dreamer Cell, but can they really fight? 4v5, they're gonna try. Tim's falling very, very low, but not low enough as Gabby trying to fight as well, but the spear is out. FBZ, he does redeem himself in the end. Gabby should drop, gets the Eclipse off. How is he not dead yet? Gabby, he's gonna back out of there. Keskin, he wants to get the chop up, but he can't get him! They can't kill him off! How does Gabby survive that?
25 pound. He just had the life steal, just enough damage flying through. I think the Scotty, if he had the debuff on, must have faded at some point. Like, they stopped hitting him on the PL, so he just manages to heal back up, forces the two big buybacks, and Roshan is back up. With a refresh, this is big. They could go for an Exo refresh on a high ground push. They could go for a double Dream Coil refresh for a team fight. They could go for Eclipse instead. And this is going to open up a lot of opportunities for TNC. They know Bloods and Walk. They know the buybacks forced out are big. And if they can catch either of these heroes out, you are in for a world of pain. As even Armel finishes up his hags now.
Look at that bot rune, John. There's a bottle just waiting for Gabby right now. Look, they just left the bottle there. Just...
Who is that? Armel. Oh, he didn't swap in.
Gabby's like, who the hell cares? There's two heroes down, no buyback on either. Let's just rush. Rush through the mid. See if we can get it done. Boom Esports, they need to defend this to keep their TI-10 dreams alive. TNC, they want a rematch against FNATIC, who are waiting in the grand finals right now. Gabby, he'll get started on the mid-ranks. Not going for the T4s, FBZ, he's in a nice arena, and Speed does connect onto Gabby. Hookshot is there as well. Permastun's out, but it's not going to be enough. Gabby, he'll turn around now, back on a hide. They'll get the clockwork. No buyback available, but they do get the Aegis off Gabby. One more life for Gabby. The spear doesn't latch onto the cogs. Split Earth will connect. Makoto trying to hold him down. They'll even hand the cheese over to Gabby now. He has a bit of a secondary life. Dreamer Cell, a lot of damage being dealt. Pops the BKB on that Luna, and they want to retreat. They might have to come back another time as Boom Esports. They're not going to make it easy. They still hold that mid-melee barracks. TNC, even with an 18k net worth lead, they know not to throw against Boom. It's just too risky right now.
Not a situation where you want to risk it all, as we do get another pause. Flaming Dreamo Cell. Thank you, Armel.
I mean, it
Prime
is true.
opportunity for Merienda.
Indeed, it is Merienda time. You keep mentioning it. It is certainly a good time to get it. And of course, Boom having a donut. TNC, we have no idea what they're eating, but maybe if they win this series, we can kind of have a peek behind them, see what kind of food they've got in the background. I think I saw Motivate Trust, even though they got kicked out very early, they were having like lobsters and crabs afterwards.
Had a feast. Yeah, that was insane. A hell lot of crabs and lobsters. Like, dang, I haven't had that in a while. You know? There's a unique crab from my dad's hometown. It's called curacha. I think I forget what they're called in English. They're a nice, long, fat crab, and normally you cook them up with, I don't know what it's called, alavar sauce, which I believe is like crab fat and butter and something. It's very decadent, very rich, and I miss it. Just a fun fact. Very good seafood here. Great stuff.
Thank you, John. If I ever need a food critic, I'll know who to call. Thank you for that. Boom Esports. I mean, they're still in this game, John. It's an 18k net worth deficit, but when you defend that high ground, it doesn't seem like the net worth matters. You've still got the Octarine to come out on Dreamer Cell. Gabby's still going for a butterfly and should have it up pretty soon, but he doesn't really have space for it. Because you can get rid of the cheese. It's actually, towards the north. Oh, they caught out there. Got down somebody. It's going to be Armel. They're trying to get a stun off, but like he is going to be fine. They committed a lot for that. Arena and Hook are both down. And another pause, Tim's. Still having some FPS issues.
Yeah, it's something that has plagued us since the update, but you know how it is. Just grind and bear it, Mike.
Yeah. At least it's not
it's not internet issues.
I mean, if there was a brood with a pipe in this game, we would all be screwed.
Every single time that pops on, it just lags out. Even my 2080 is like, can't deal with that. It's too much. Like, dang.
60 gang here. Shout out to all you guys with that. What can you do, John? There's
That's a
no cards
classic.
out
It's a
there. What can
classic.
you do? It is it's a great card. Except when I'm doing production,
Yeah.
I can't run anything. But you know, apart from that,
Oh, we've got to get you hooked up somehow, Mike. Someday.
yeah, someday. Not now though.
I mean, I guess you're emulating like the Dota 1 experience, aren't you? Like lower polys, lower res, get those FPS up. The old days of Dota.
Ah, good old days, John. Don't call them the old days. The good old days is the way you meant to phrase it.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
You could run.
You
could
might as
run
well
it on
also
anything.
remap. True. You should remap your keys to get the full experience. Go back to legacy keys. See how you do with that.
I ran legacy keys for quite a while until I realized you could kind of alter them. I think it was like a full year before I actually found out you could change it. It was a hell of an
Really?
experience. Yeah, I was a bit of an idiot, John. I didn't pick up on it.
Oh, Hyde actually asked what patay means. So anyone who doesn't know, patay means dead. Right, so they're yelling there, ay, patay ata to. It's like, oh, I think he's dead, he's dead, he's dead, he's dead, 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 dead. That's all they're yelling. So it's always fitting when TNC spams it, but good to see that it only took until lower bracket game 3 for Hyde to ask that. It's a fairly long time. There were a lot of Filipino teams they played, but they finally know. Very nice.
Very good indeed. Speaking of lines, I mean, where's the voice lines? I haven't heard anything as of yet. It's been a TNC, they've been going at it, but Boom Esports very, very quiet. I haven't heard a
Right?
voice line from them.
They haven't used the Maukimana boss, they haven't used
Oh.
Ratpachin, they haven't used Et the Bang. I don't know. I think they're so focused. You know, they're on the line, they're hanging by an edge.
Oh,
They need to
FBZ!
focus for this game.
Coils out, Yule Scepter, gonna buy him a bit of time. Earth Spike does land, now the Exorcism hook shot trying to save. It's probably not gonna be enough. They've lost FBZ and Makoto. He's gonna run, they're gonna drop the egg and buy back. They'll go for the team fight, but can they lock anyone down? They've only got Bok, but he'll Yule Scepter up as well. He'll survive, but there's your arena. FBZ gonna try and turn it. Eclipse out Gabby, he's gonna go for the fight, but there's so many illusions around that the Eclipse does no damage. It's now Dreamer Cell rushes for the Luna. Boomy gonna try and back as well as Armel. Keeps the rest of the team from Boom from proceeding further. Couple buybacks. But once again, Boom will hold the high ground. They are 2 Raxes down. That third Rax is still safe. All 5 heroes are up. It was a buyback each from each team. I think it's going to be about the next Roshan for both teams, John, but it's going to be about 3.5 minutes till we even find out when that's coming up. I think TNC, maybe they don't want to risk waiting that long.
Yeah, it feels like they might be under a bit of pressure. They're the ones playing aggressive. I think the big issue right now is that the Luna damage isn't flying out. You only get 6 bounces on your waves. Look at how many illusions Dreamercell has at one time. It's not 6. So it's so hard to find a real PL, and that's where the back and forth between the Luna and PL kind of come into play. It's like, I am not scratching Dreamocell unless we kill the entire team first and then focus on the PL. But that's how TNC's been doing it the past, I don't know, 20 minutes now. Like, they clean up the team fight and then they isolate the PL, put him on an island, and that's when they can really focus in. So they're gonna need to find a way to drag Boom out to that awkward position and force that out. We've been going long enough that it feels like buyback should be coming off cooldown again. It's still a ways off, about 2 minutes at the lowest for most, and 6 minutes for the other side.
There
it
it is, John. 3-second cooldown Spirit Lance with Shard is now online.
Oh yes, beautiful. 4.5 second doppel as well. So
good.
how do you lock this guy down? I don't know.
That's fine.
And this is the eternal defense.
Why not? Another double damage rune going to be scouted out here by Boomy. You'll leave that for Gabby, I'm sure. Rocket Flare to scout out the Roshan, but again, it's very, very early for the Rocket Flare. Still 2 minutes till we find out when Roshan respawns. Gabby, he's got the bottle. He'll bottle the DD up this time, so he can save it for a while. It seems like TNC has kind of reserved themselves to just waiting out this third Roshan, or rather fourth Roshan. And they're high ground anyway. They're not budging. They're putting up an immovable wall with these PO illusions. You've got to fully commit if you want to take that final lane of barracks here from Boom.
Getting really hard to pierce that high ground. We do have the butterfly up on Gabby now, so he's got some evasion to help himself tank up. Of course, the added damage is always nice as well. They just need to find a way to make use of that. Honestly, it feels like Gabby's going to need to hit the next talent spike in his levels. Like, get that move speed talent, so you can definitely just sell your boots, and you feel a lot comfier. Like, you'll have additional backpack space to swap God knows what around. As Boom, they manage to venture outside of base, take out the outpost to get some XP per minute back. This exposes their racks a bit, though. They're forced to fortify here.
Yeah, Gabby, he popped the DD rune, and there's your exorcism. They're fully committing. It's now Armel in the backside. Got the Aeon Disc, but FBZ, you got Gabby for a second. AB was there. E3 still standing. Pretty much come back for that anytime as TNC. They could just send the Lunar Illusions in. That's exactly what they're doing right now. Slowly chip away at the tier 3. 29 HP for that poor tower. But it does survive a bit longer.
Yeah, it's stalling the game out. Boom's still holding on. Next Roche in 15. We'll find out how long that respawn will be in a short while. So things are looking up and up. Dream Cell, level 28, so has the 2 additional talents now. Minus 3 seconds Spirit Land CD is already there. Already has the evasion on top, so his own illusions are feeling a lot tankier, or at least himself is feeling a lot better now. And you don't have any evasion pierce from TNC. Not like 16% is massive, but you do have another pause here. Lag issue this time.
Yeah. I mean, 16%, it's not massive, but it could be the difference, right? Like that one hit before death, maybe it misses. You just never know. It's not like Dreamer Soul has a choice anyway. He has to take the talent. He's level 28 now. So it's, eventually, I mean, any talent just helps. So he'll take it. TNC, level 27 Gabby. Some decent talents himself. Plus 25 movement speed, really not that bad. Plus 8 all stats, you know, kind of negligible. I guess the mini stun can be quite nice as well. Anything that just kind of gives you that extra edge never really hurts, but I think both teams now got to focus on that Roshan, which has respawned.
Yeah.
Problem is for Boom, you can't really leave the base. That's the problem.
Nah. I mean, they have 2 lanes that just constantly shove out. It's going to be really hectic to try and get out there. TNC can probably clear that in pretty fast time, and they are smoked up. So they're in a good position to maybe look to force something out, or just straight up take a Roche. Again, that's the full complement. Cheese, refresh, Ag's Blessing. I wonder who they actually pass a couple of those things. I guess Ag's would be good, although.
Im's quick blink away, Mel quick blink in, wants to burst down the clockwork, FBZ to spear from the low ground, but they got Hyde. He's gonna buy back, they want to go for the fight, Egg committed, Bok, he'll refresh, go for the exorcism, onto Gabby they go, Dreamers are trying to commit all the way, but they need some lockdown, Gabby, hook shot, not gonna be on the mark, Hyde, he missed everyone, Fingers there, Gabby's gonna turn around, they'll get the tie back, the clockwork's down, Dreamers though, still trying to fight us now, the arena, will look toward them in, they've got Boomy, and they get Bok on the DP, his Aeon Disc is gonna proc, he'll Yulsef through up, he'll try to make a run as they fight around the Roshan pit now, but buyback is also there from Boomy. 5v4 scenario. Teams know the Roshan's up. Be about it though.
I'm looking at Armel right now. He's queuing an overwhelming blink on Puck. Not a swift blink for the right click down the line. Not an arcane blink. Overwhelming blink. I guess just prioritizing more stats, really feeling like he needs more strength, which is fair. Doesn't really have enough slots as the Puck to swap around, especially since he's a bottle carrier, pocketing those double damages.
It might be a bit of extra damage as well for the PO illusions. The slow never hurts either. Like, I mean, it does seem kind of weird, but I guess it's all about just trying to shut down Dreamer Soul.
Yeah, and just help identify the real one ASAP. And the damage output isn't great on a puck. You don't have that much strength to begin with, but I guess anything's better than nothing as they do start to rush. Boom still in position here, but no hook. Oh,
They gone. Was Armel for a second. It's back off. Roshan still dropping. Makoto gonna try and run in, but it's just so hard without the clockwork vision. Coil's there. They've locked down two. They'll snap the leash, but they just want the Roshan. TNT going back in as Armel holds them back. Kescute, he couldn't get there in time. They use him up. They've got the Phoenix under control with the Aeon Disc. Gonna buy more time as he forces us up the hill. And Armel's still in the chase. With that day gone out, the Phoenix, Vindicate might save him for a little bit more time, but not for long. It's Icarus dive. Not going to be enough. Armel does take the kill. No buyback on Kescute. You've got everything from that second, or rather fourth Roshan on TNC. All 4 items. That time they try for that high ground again, I think.
yeah, they have a lot of tools on hand. They've got the free Ags upgrade on Gabby. So the orbital cannon is in play. And that could be helpful. That could be really helpful in helping identify the PL in that next engagement. They've got a refresh sitting as well there on Gabby, so double Eclipse in a pretty wide area is now a possibility. They do only have that one set of racks to kind of clear up. If they can throw Gabby in there, it's not going to last for long.
There's that area denial from Makoto, though. To make it a little bit more challenging as Gabby just trying to get into the gap. He does get stunned up for a second. He's just going to go for the mega crits. He really wants those Raxes down. Another stun out. He's still alright as the Bloodthorn now being thrown out on Gabby. Still fine, however. More stuns to come out. Gabby, he might lose his first life if he's not careful. He'll try to heal up, but there's just so much stuff flying the way of this Luna. Another stun from Makoto. He just can't escape them. They're going to go for the fight, but they've lost the Aegis now. The Luna's down. They've got 1 Rax to go. The 4 Megas are up, but the arena is there. The split earth's around Gabby. Can he survive this? No, he's down. They've got the Luna, and now the egg will be committed. Armel needs to back out. Meanwhile, Boomy going to get chased down by Dreamer's Cell. And they take down the Enchantress. Not quite. On the other side, Armel still trying to get an escape plan going for himself. But FBZ, he's on the chase. He away. No blink up on FBZ. He does have buyback, so they can't really rush for anything. They could certainly try and force the buyback out of this Luna. I just don't think they'll have enough time with all the creep skipping potential that you've got with Armel.
It's pretty difficult. And they could just try to body the bot lane, but it looks like they're just going to take this time to maybe get some farm up themselves, stall out for a buyback. They're only really lacking Dreamer Cell and Hide by timer, Dreamer Cell by gold, so needs 900 more on PL to be safe.
Oh, no, he's playing with fire now. He's going to be alright, he'll orb away. Do you want to wait for the tier 5 items if you're Boom Esports? And maybe you have no choice.
Yeah, at this point, you're like, alright, we're 26k down, 56 minutes in. Our PL is in a very weird matchup against Luna, where Luna feels like she can and also can't handle PL. And I think you might as well wait 60 minutes. I don't think the game changes too much for either side in terms of farming up in the next 4 minutes. So, yeah, you could look for that slight advantage in that time period. Of course, you run the risk of TNC finding something like, say, a Ballista. That has been pretty game-changing on the range cores. And, of course, if you get a Ballista on Boom, no one can use that. Leshrac Ballista? Phoenix Ballista? Both sound like absolute turds, so there's that risk that TNC can make use of those items just a little bit better.
Quite a few very nice items. Like, you wouldn't mind some like the Force Boots either, considering how late we are. Fallen Sky could be very nice for Dreamer's Cell. You got the Giant Ring, the Ex Machina. Even the Mirror Shield could be quite decent here against all the disables you have with the Lion. Very, very impactful. I would agree that Ballista could be quite scary if Gabby does pick one up. Even the pure damage you can deal with that, it's kind of ridiculous, just the plus 50 pure damage. But that might be the extra damage he requires to be able to deal with Dreamer Cell with these PL illusions.
Just kind of busted. And The attack range, especially in something like Luna, right? Like, she has a pretty atrocious range. That just helps you kind of sit back more. It almost doubles Luna's range, which is pretty ridiculous, considering that's her shortcoming as a range hero. So that could be big.
He has a Hurricane Pike in the backpack as well. If he wants
All right, yeah, that's why it's short. Yeah, there you go.
If he wants to sub both of them in.
Goodness me. This is we're reaching that point. You know, this is what we were looking for, right, Mike? We said the last time these teams played, they had a 66, 46, and 77-ish minute game. Here we are. This is what we were expecting, and this is what we're getting. We just need to see if anyone gets impatient, but it doesn't look like it. Everyone's being really patient, just securing their jungle areas. Maybe both teams now realize, all right, let's wait. Easy peasy. Grab some merienda. You know, you don't need to be too active right now.
Pressure though, John. I mean, you could be just a couple minutes away from securing your ticket to the grand final, up against FNATIC, who are just patiently watching and waiting for their opponent. And that opponent still is not very clear whatsoever. We're about 1 minute and 10 seconds away from those tier 5 items coming up. TNC, they should have first dibs on those tier 5 items, as they are the ones still controlling the map here. Boom. It would be a bit of a struggle to get out of the base at that 60-minute mark, and you can already see TNC ensuring that all the waves are just pushed in constantly. Someone's going to try and have to sneak out to secure some of the tier 5s for the team. You can get a massive advantage from those items. They're waiting. I mean, Gavi's got 10k in the bank. Plenty of gold for the buyback. He could buy Divine if he really wants to. But they'll get prepared. They'll just take over the jungle. 30 seconds. See how lucky TNC can get.
Yeah. They've got the majority control of Boom with Smoke.
They're not waiting. They want to go right now. Find a target. Oh, Gabby. He breaks the smoke. They haven't spotted him. Now they do, but they want to go the other way. They don't want to engage on the Luna. Instead, they'll try for Armel, but he goes for the phase shift. He's going to be all right. They'll rush back in. Freemasol trying to get some form of damage out. Coil going to like both, or rather lock both of them in. Now the Squidward's come out, but on the backside, they've lost Cascade on the Phoenix. Hook shot in. Hyde. He's going to try and help out. Freemasol. He's been caught out. The fingers there. They burst them down, but they will buy back Zakoto. He's still trying to fight by himself. They need to go and back him up ASAP. He is dropping quite low, and it looks like they will finally be able to get him a hill buyback as well. All 5 buybacks from Boom Esports. It's TNC. They are still very healthy. They could keep going, but they're going to go back with the T5 items. Here we go, John.
Oh,
Ex Machina.
Oh my god. Oh boy. First one, Ex Machina. Refresh Satanic, refresh BKB if you want. It is so good. The armor is pretty decent too, considering it's a PL you're playing against. 25 armor at this point is not as much EHP because of how armor stacking works and how physical resist and, to a certain extent, magic resist works, but still really useful. Force boots as well, pretty nice. Stygian for Boom is pretty bad.
There it is.
Fallen Sky at least comes out as well, so both teams finding some decent stuff. The Stygian, I don't know who you hand that off to. I'm not sure if you even do pick that up. Maybe your Mars if you feel like you lack damage. Book of the Dead is pretty dead as well at this point, especially against a Luna. That doesn't feel great, but I guess on Clockwork the stats are nice. So it's really just stats. I think TNC has the big picks, like Ex Machina, they've got Apex, Fallen Sky, and Force Boots. Like Gabby has mobility now. So you can kind of swap around after he pops the Illusionist Cape, go into the boots. HP regen's super nice as well in the middle of these fights. We've seen how tight Gabby's HP is. So I think TNC won out in that trade. Nothing silly like the Ballista or Giant Ring. It's still much more usable tier 5s compared to Boom. I mean, Book of the Dead. Like, okay, good stats and clock. That's it. Stygian on Mars is okay.
To note, John, they left Dreamersaur without one of those items. He's carrying the Illusionist Cape still. Instead,
it's too
Sky,
good on PL.
Yeah. Fallen Sky goes
Wait,
the way of the Leshrac, though. Which is still pretty nice, I reckon.
Armella?
Armel, he's in. He's been caught out though. FBC, he's there with Hero in a spear. It won't be enough though. Armel's still alive. It's now Box being targeted. Oh no, the egg. Armel, he got caught out. He went back into it. Gabby, he's been left behind. They need to retreat. They've lost him to the Lion. Gabby, the split up comes in. They lock him down again on the Luna. They're gonna have to buy back. Box still fighting. They need to get here ASAP. Aeon disc proc. They jump in again. Armel, he's rejoined the team fight. Coil on the backside. Dream himself in trouble. Getting very low. More stuff not going to be enough. They dig on him down. They'll get the second tie back. Wind Waker on Makoto. It's probably not going to be enough. They'll keep the chase up. This game is looking very over now as they fall.
Oh my god.
TNC, they've done it. The GG's being called. They get the 2-1 victory, and we have a rematch in the grand final for the SEA TI10 qualifiers. It'll be FNATIC against TNC. The classic matchup of SEA Dota once again.
Yeah, it's the classic endgame towards TI. We've seen this over so many years. TNC FNATIC making it all the way. TNC, they had to play through lower bracket. They were knocked down by FNATIC 2-0. Boom, in this game. Man, they looked like they had a couple moments. They were hanging on with such a huge deficit. They didn't manage to clear it out. They took a massive risk in that last fight. And I have to point out, they didn't even find their last tier 5. They got a bit impatient. Kind of hurts them in the end. But TNC comes out as a stronger team this time.
I certainly did, John. Of course, we are going to have to head off to a quick break. And right after that break, we're going to be back with the panel to discuss what happened overall in this series. We'll be right back.
And unfortunately with that, the boys are out of the international, but we get a rematch. TNC versus FNATIC, about as El Clasico of a Southeast Asian matchup as you could hope for. And Indonesians shouldn't feel too bad. Your boys Whitemon and Zephyr are already carrying the torch with T1 and the international, so everyone's got someone to look forward to. And TNC now have to look forward to playing against FNATIC, but hell of a game. John, I don't even know where do you want to start with TNC getting a victory over Boom in this game 3. It was a beautiful game to watch, but some things need to be analyzed. What would you like to start with?
I think that Armel puck sliding through last was just too much. It wasn't banned. It wasn't, counteracted at all. There was a huge lack of control from Boom. We saw the only way for them to deal with Armel was basically hide hooking in, follow up with a spear. The cogs, everything had to land off the back of that hook. And at some point just got too difficult to lock Armel in. Like, he managed to create that momentum very early on for his team, buy the space out. And for the side of Boom, they just couldn't do that. And they also kind of lost that farm war. Like, they let the Luna farm up, they let the puck farm up. There were a couple moments where they were managing to fight back in with Dreamcell getting really tanky. And again, it was that weird interaction with PL Luna where Yeah, Luna can clear out illusions, but it only bounces up to 6 targets. Late game, PL has more than 6 illusions, so you kind of want to ignore him, go for someone else, unless you kind of find the real PL in the middle. And they did manage to do that, so it was really disciplined coming through from TNC. Boom, there were some flashes of brilliance going back, but not quite enough to carry through.
No, unfortunately not. And part of it is because of the Death Prophet player. We will get an opportunity to speak to Bach from TNC. Bach, congratulations on a nail biter game 3. Were you guys nervous at all, or were you feeling in control in that game 3?
Hello?
Yeah, your microphone may be muted, but I think you're good now. Okay. So, yeah, how are you feeling in that game 3?
Everyone is just playing calm.
Yo, you keep alternating in and out, Bach. I need to hear from you, my man. Yeah, get that mic up and close.
Hello.
Hello?
Hey,
I mean,
You
everyone
were
is
playing calm, and then what happened?
Everyone is just calm and just playing the roles, so everyone was really good.
Now, I had asked this question yesterday to a different player, but I want to get your perspective. Do you like late game Dota? Because so many of these Southeast Asian qualifier games have been going 50 minutes, 60 minutes, 70 minutes. Do you enjoy that, or do you like it when a game ends in like 35 minutes?
No, yeah, of course. Everyone would prefer the 35 minutes. No, everyone would prefer 35 minutes.
You sure you don't like your tier 5 neutral items?
Hell no. It's like RNG based for me. Like, if a hero gets lucky on getting a very good tier 5 item, the percentage dips.
oh yeah.
Bok, yesterday, you guys unfortunately went 0-2 up against FNATIC. I just wanted to ask, now that you've qualified back into the grand final against them, are you guys confident you've figured out what happened yesterday? And going into that grand final, do you feel confident now that you can take on FNATIC and secure your ticket to TI10?
Yesterday we were like discussing. We had a very long discussion. Hello.
Hello.
Our discussion is like mainly on how we play and move around the map.
Yo, Bach,